What's happening, everybody? Welcome to this. I'll tell you what, I was gonna say this lovely Monday night. This has been a long Monday for me. Not necessarily that like I had a lot going on. Today was just a long day, you know. What was going on was very stressful, was very strenuous, and I'm pretty exhausted. So yeah, we're oh, I didn't mean to pop that off of there. What's going on? Why did that go away? What the that was weird. So yeah, it's Monday night, D&D&Chill evening, and if you remember, if you were here with us last Saturday, just 2 days ago, I was going through and talking about the Unearthed Arcana number 7, the play test number 7 for OneD&D, or you know, whatever they want to call it anymore. They're kind of like flip-floppy on that. But we got through the whatchamacallits. We got through the barbarian. Let's scroll down through here. We talked about the barbarian and how I personally really like a lot of the changes that occurred with the barbarian. I think there's some really cool uses of the rage mechanic outside of combat. I was also really, while I don't like how they gimped the bear aspect to the wild heart, the like redesign of the totem warrior, I do actually, the more and more I thought about it, this level 6 ability, aspects of the wild, letting you get proficiency in some skills or expertise if you already had it. I actually really like this idea a lot more now that I've had time to really sit with it, because looking back on the barbarian, and you know, the path of the totem warrior, where your level 6 abilities were very hyper specific. Granted, the bear one was really nice, letting you double your carrying capacity. Arguably, I like that these are more generic. I like that these are more based on skill. They do give you more versatility, so I like that a lot more. And then, yeah, really like the world tree, the path of the world tree. I think that's a really cool subclass. A whole support mobility design subclass is not something we've seen with the barbarian outside of some homebrew. So really cool to see something like that involved now. Once and then, yeah, the Zealot Barbarian, just, the Zealot Barbarian getting a lot of, like, quality of life improvements. The Divine Fury, now, instead of it being Necrotic or Radiant, you pick that when you pick your subclass. You now get to pick each time you deal the damage. The Zealous Presence, being able to, use it multiple times during a long rest, or between long rests, is really nice. Just burn up a use of your rage. And then Rage Beyond Death, now turning you into like a ghost warrior, I thought was sick. So very cool. We talked about the fighter now. The fighter now, one of the main things that they kind of got an update to was their second wind. You can actually now get an additional use of second wind whenever you short rest, so it allows you to recover that a little bit faster. You also get an ability that can be used with your short rest. I mean, with your second wind, your tactical shift allows you to move 5 feet without provoking opportunity attacks as part of your second wind. And then on top of that, there was just some a nice little like reshuffling of ability. Oh, also, yeah, studied attacks, where if you miss your attack, the next attack you make has advantage on that same target. I love that. I think that's really cool. I think that's a cool fighter ability. A lot of stuff in here with the fighter, and especially with the champion fighter subclass, there is so many opportunities for that fighter to get advantage and make sure that they hit, which I appreciate. That nothing really sucks more than being a fighter and not hitting your target on your turns. That sucks. Like, you are built to do one thing really well, and if you can't pull that off because of some shitty dice rolls, it's garbage. We didn't go too much into Battlemaster. I personally think that Battlemaster is just such a heavy loaded subclass. I could have like a whole episode on just talking about Battlemaster because of how much is there, but for the most part, a lot of stuff that was in Tasha's got added, and then on top of that, they've just given you more opportunities to use some stuff. As you can see, there was like 5 or 6 5. Oh no, it is 6. 6 different attack styles that can now be used with any type of attack roll, not just like melee weapon or just weapon. You can now use unarmed. So very cool with that. And then Brawler, a subclass that I am 100% going to build a character for, being an unarmed and improvised weapon expert, being able to, dish out a lot more damage when it comes to unarmed strikes, being able to grapple and deal some damage with that. Also, just being able to pick up things in your environment, beat the shit out of people. You could pick up some chicken wings or like a turkey leg, start wailing on somebody. Absolutely love it. I think it's super cool. Also, Eldritch Knight got some good quality of life changes. There's no more restrictions on the schools of magic that your spells can be. War magic, instead of it being that you cast a cantrip and then you get a melee attack as a bonus action, it is now that you can replace one of your attacks with a cantrip as long as it's an action, which is a lot better. And then eventually you'll be able to replace 2 of your attacks with the casting of a 1st or 2nd level spell. So it gives you a lot more versatility because of the whole extra attack. It lets you keep that bonus action so that you're not having to burn that just to feel like you're still doing something, because that's one thing that's always sucked about Eldritch Knights, is you have to be very understanding of the rules and action economy and like what order you need to do all your stuff in to make it the most effective to actually get anything out of that subclass. This makes it so that, oh yeah, I can do this, I can cast my spell, I can attack with my sword, and I still have my bonus action to do something else, my whatever you might have, like a leveled spell, for example. Well, I guess you couldn't do a leveled spell, but you know what I mean. Actually, no, you could. You cast like Cure Wounds or something like that. So, yeah, really nice changes to the Eldritch Knight. Sorcerer, I was just I feel like I was more ambivalent on. It is cool that they, well, okay, let me rephrase that. I won't say I was ambivalent exactly. I hated with a passion the sorcerer from UA5. There was so much hatred in my soul for the UA5 sorcerer that I didn't even know how to handle myself. UA5 had innate sorcery, which was that you got 2 spells that are always prepared. It also had where at 5th level you had another spell that was always prepared. 7th level was you had another spell that was always prepared. 9th level was the same thing. The thing is that when you have a class where your expendable resource is your spell slots, and that's it. And then you say, okay, here's a class feature. Here is a thing that everyone in this class is gonna get, and it's just another spell. Or I'm sorry, I said the first part of that wrong. When your class is defined as you have innate magic, and there's like something internal with you, but your class features are just that you're getting access to certain spells, I hate that. Okay, it's fine if it's a subclass. Okay, if you have a subclass that would be called, like, you know, innate sorcery, where you are just like maybe your sorceress origin, or your subclass, whatever the fuck they're actually calling it now, because yeah, draconic sorcery, aberrant sorcery, clockwork sorcery, like if you had innate sorcery or like arcane sorcery, where your magic is just like it's not from a dragon, it's not from the like balanced planes of Mechanus, it's not from the far realms and an aberrant source, you got fucked with magic. If that's the case, I could see that having like a spell list, where at first level you always have Sorcerous Burst and Chaos Bolt, and at third level you have something else, and fifth level you have this, and seventh level you have this, and ninth level you have this. Those are actually what subclasses do in a lot of cases. I mean, hell, I mean, well, look at druids, for example. Okay, druids, you look at a land druid has look at all these spells. You could just throw together a list of these for that particular subclass, but that's what it really felt like they were doing. And then the UA5 draconic sorcery also felt very shitty, because, like, sure, draconic resilience is basically the same as it was. I actually prefer this version of dragon speech versus the new one, where you can't understand them, but they can understand you. But you can also read and write it. I don't know. Actually, this is the one thing that I wish they would have kept. But like this 10th level feature right here, Draconic Exhalation, this is relying on you casting a spell, and you change how the spell is cast. Okay. I don't really care for that, because this is a subclass feature that's relying on you like already burning some other resource that's like from like your only pool. Okay, other than the meta magic options that you have, nothing plays into that. But because that's the main thing that is a sorcerer, it's meta magic. You get to alter your spells, you get to change them and stuff. So I was very like not happy with how they did the sorcerer before, but I actually really liked what they did with this more recent change, where innate sorcery now is a bonus action 1 minute buff to your spell casting. Your spell save DC increases, you have advantage on attack rolls that you make, and you can do that twice. That's great. That's a really cool feature. It's very evocative of like you're tapping into some, you know, innate, you know, like it says here, you know, some, you know, it left an indelible mark on you, infusing you with simmering magic. There's something always on the surface, and you're just taking that lid off, and you're kind of going ham for a little bit. It's no longer a bonus action to convert spells into to convert spell slots into sorcery points, so that's nice. Shit, I forget what were the other changes. I have another image. Where was sorcerer? There it is. Open link. Yeah, so I think you actually get more meta magic now than before, but The subclass is still moved to level 3, and I talked about this last time. I don't think every class should be the exact same when it comes to the career path. While I do think that your ability score increases should stay at 4, 8, 12, 16, and 19, 100%, that should be that. I don't like how your sorcerer is supposed to have innate, ingrained magic, but you get the thing that makes you at 3rd level. I don't know, that it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And it says there, a subclass is a specialization that grants you special features for the rest of your career, you blah 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 blah. So the sorcerer is supposed to have innate magic, but why is it manifesting later on? And I guess that's something that you as the players and the DMs are now going to have to play around. Okay, a fighter gaining their subclass at what, 2nd level, 3rd, or I think theirs is 3rd level. Yeah, martial archetype. Them getting it at 3rd level. Okay, cool. At 1st level, you have to pick a fighting style, and you have a whole slew of options. And this is gonna kind of determine the way that you fight throughout probably most of your character's career. Are you going to be somebody who's toting around a huge 2-handed weapon? Awesome, great weapon fighting. Are you somebody that is carrying around a single rapier and you want to do like fencing style and more like delicate motions? Great, dueling. You want to carry around a shield and protect those around you? Awesome, protection. You want to wear heavy armor and be a tank? Cool, defense. You want to be a better ranger than a ranger? Cool, awesome, archery. You want to be Dritz Do'Urden and carry around 2 rapiers, or 2 rapiers, 2 sabers or scimitars? Sweet, 2-weapon fighting. Okay, that's going to determine a lot about your character going forward. The martial archetype is where you dig in and you've actually had time to build up some kind of specialization. You're probably not going to pick great weapon fighting and then go arcane archer. Okay, it's just probably not going to happen. Or you're probably not going to pick you're probably not going to pick dueling and then go well, actually, dueling Eldritch Knight would make total sense. But the thing is you're gonna have some kind of like ingrained idea from the beginning, and that's gonna shape what you are later on, and you're gonna have a design in mind. With the sorcerer, that should be part of the character creation. What is that innate magic? Okay, what is it from the beginning that is giving you this power? I've had this argument for a long time with the paladin. In my opinion, I think it's really dumb that a paladin gets their spell casting before they have their sacred oath. Okay, like, this makes no sense to me. And it says here, by 2nd level, you learn to draw on divine magic through meditation and prayer to cast spells as a cleric does. A paladin is not a cleric. I have explained this in like different chat forums, different Discord channels. I've explained it here. Paladins and clerics are not the same, and they do not function the same on a core level. Clerics are divine casters because they have devoted their life to serving a god, and that god has blessed them with a reliquary of divine magic that they are able to exude and produce at will, but they need to pray every morning in order to have that, you know, opportunity to cast those spells. A paladin does not have to pray to a god. And I get that it could be through meditation, okay, but a paladin makes an oath, and it is through their commitment to that oath. They make that decision that they're going to follow that to the ends of the world, that they are going to believe that, they're going to force that upon themselves and try and push it out into the world and onto others. A Oath of the Crown paladin believes in civilization, believes in nations. They believe that their fealty to their king, to their lord, you know, whoever it may be, is what it is that defines them. It is that aspect. It is from that aspect that a god, a divine source of, say, civilization like Dumathoin. I'm probably, or maybe more. No, it's not. It's the one begins with an E. Oh, I can't think of what it is. It's the one that starts with an E. I'm gonna kick my own ass when I don't remember this. Eratus. Oh man. Or no, not Arathis. Not Eratus. Yeah, Erathis. So, you know, it would be like, you know, it's this god, Erathis, who, you know, like it says here, rulers, judges, pioneers, devoted citizens, okay, worship her. She is the goddess of civilization. This is the god that would give an Oath of the Crown paladin their magic. But that paladin does not have to worship Arathis. That paladin might respect Arathis, but that paladin could spit on the ground of an Arathis temple that's out in the wilds, that's been abandoned and forgotten, because they may not care about about gods, but they're still going to get their magic because they're still upholding their oath. So long as they still exemplify the tenets of law, loyalty, courage, and responsibility, they still get their magic. Because when you look at what makes a paladin, you have to look more at the domains. So this is one of those things where, you know, when I looked at a paladin years ago, and I was like, okay, paladins and clerics seem very similar. Clerics get their magic, they get their divine domain at first level. You have started out your character, you believe in a god, you worship them, you pray every day, you get your magics. Sweet, totally makes sense. A paladin, on the other hand, has to go 2 full levels before they finally say the thing that is supposed to give them everything. So, in my opinion, I believe out of the main classes that cleric, paladin, sorcerer, and warlock should all get their subclass feature at first level, because they have all given themselves over to some kind of innate or higher power gifting of their magic, and that should be something that they start with. Okay, especially, like I said, especially since those 3 are all casters. Granted, you know, one of them is a half caster. You know, warlocks are in a sense quasi casters, but sorcerer and cleric are full casters, and a paladin's a half caster. but a paladin should be getting their sacred oath at first level. Now, I think wizards are right where they need to be. Perfect. Second level. Sweet. Your character has spent some time understanding magic. Maybe they went to a school, maybe they, did a couple things here and there, maybe they learned some hedge magic, they know a couple cantrips, they know some first level spells. Awesome. At second level, you've had a little bit of a taste, and now you're going to jump in, you're going to go full bore into one kind of magic. That makes sense. I also personally believe that bards should be getting, bards and artificers should be getting their bardic college and their specialization at second level, because again, bards and artificers kind of get a little, they get that first level to like, oh cool, I'm learning how to tinker, I'm learning how to build things, I'm learning how to infuse things with some magic. Sweet, I'm able to cast a few spells. Now at second level, cool, I now have an idea of where I want to be, and I'm gonna take some time and I'm gonna play with this and I'm gonna do this. This is what I want my special to be. Same with bards. Now granted, I think they need to be at second. Bards already get a ton of shit at second level. Like, Jack of all trades, Song of Rest, Magical Inspiration, and then to drop Bardic College onto that, I get it. That might be a bit much. Arguably, you could bump around Magical Inspiration, to somewhere else, or just, I think even with this, you could tie it into the Bardic Inspiration and just be done with it and move the Bardic College up there. But I don't know. I personally think that when it comes to wizards, artificers, and bards, you have already taken those first steps to learn spellcasting. You've already started on your way of, like, at first level, you've picked what spells you want to have. You can see some of that idea forming, and now, hey, guess what? Second level, here's your subclass. That's obviously going to, also, sorry, Druid as well. I don't know why I was forgetting Druid. Druid as well. But barbarians, fighters, monks, rogues, and rangers, I think they are perfectly fine being third level, because there is more to their martial skills in the early stages that should come on before you start to specialize. Okay, like that in my opinion is perfectly fine being third level, because it's at third level where the rest of the subclasses are like at the first handful of levels. Martial characters are the end all be all, okay? Because caster classes barely have any spell slots. All the cantrips are super low and weak. What's up, Hannah? And it's the martial classes like the barbarian, the fighter, the rogue, the monk, the ranger. It is where they're kicking off at first level and can actually kind of handle themselves, where they have more hit points, where they have more accessibility. So I think that they should get theirs a little bit later, more just on the fact of, like, you're already doing pretty well for yourself, because everybody knows that martial characters are better in the early stages of play and are considerably weaker in the end stages of play, whereas spellcasters are weaker in the early stages and excel at later levels. But you have to survive to get that far. That's why wizards and sorcerers and warlocks, they have smaller hit points. Okay, you are not as strong, you're not as resilient. You have to make sure that you survive to see the days where you can cast a 5th level fireball, or seventh, or like cloud kill and power word kill and stuff like that. So I don't know. that's been my opinion for a little while. I'm not really basing a ton of this on like any specific set of data about anything. It's just always been my opinion. But specifically touching back on what I was ranting about, I just don't like that sorcerers in this new UA aren't getting their subclass until 3rd level. To me, it just doesn't make sense. Because again, you kind of have to argue where it's like, for the first 2 levels of your character's career, it's like, well, I have magic, but I don't know where it come from. And then all of a sudden at 3rd level, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, your eyes are now, your eyes are now like clocks. Yeah, the hands of a clock spin in your eyes, or suddenly spectral cog wheels hover behind you, or the ticking of gears or the ringing of a clock can be heard by you and those affected by your magic. Like, all of a sudden this kicks in. Like, all of a sudden you're a sorcerer, and now you're suddenly coming to realize, like, oh, I get my magic because of the forces of Mechanus. Like, what? I made a character that was a sorcerer because he got his magic. He was a draconic sorcerer, not because of a bloodline, but because of a magic item. But I had him inherit it at 1st level, and it was through that he got his class, and that he learned magic. Like, it bestowed that upon him. It was within his blood, but it wasn't like he had arcane blood. Attuned to time. Sorry, I got on late. No, it's all good. Yeah, attuned to time. That's it. Yeah, I don't know, man. Clockwork Soul is such a funky sorcerer subclass. It's so weird because it's all about balance. Like, that's the whole thing, is that when a creature within 60 feet is about to roll a d20 with advantage or disadvantage, you can use a reaction to take that away from them. And that's it. Like, you're just balancing things out. I forget what even comes later. As an action, you can expend 1 to 5 sorcery points to create oh, that's right. You can create a ward around you or another creature. Yeah, so it's like, okay, cool. It's support, it's balance, attack rolls can't, yeah, it's all about balancing things out, but like, like defending and support. My wife actually played a character with this. She played, I think, a tiefling Clockwork Soul sorcerer, and the one thing that I always forget is that Restore Balance doesn't do this. She had a magic item that was given to her character, where it was like the hands of a clock were on the back of it, and she could, if she took away a creature's advantage, she could store that, and within like, up until you finish a long rest, you could give another creature that advantage. And it's kind of, in a way, sort of like Silvery Barbs, where you're using your reaction to like take away somebody, or to give somebody disadvantage and give advantage to somebody else. But it was like a really cool thing where it was like, oh, you have disadvantage on this, I'm gonna take that away. And then later on, you come up to a creature and it's like, I'm gonna give you a disadvantage on this attack, and there, you couldn't like really negate it or anything. So yeah, it was really cool. It was a cool item. But yeah, so I know I kind of rambled on here about the sorcerer. I don't think I played into Clockwork. Oh, that's right, you did play a Clockwork Soul in the one campaign I ran. It's one of those things where you have to be really up on hearing what the DM is saying in combat, because you might not hear that somebody has advantage or disadvantage, because this is a reaction. Okay, it's a reaction to do restore balance. Bastion of Law is a ward that you have to put on somebody like well in advance, but you're using up a sizable portion of your sorcery points. And granted, I believe it's still equal. You have an amount equal to your level. So at 6, you have 6 points. You have 6 sorcery points. So arguably you can give yourself like 2 or 3 of these and reduce this damage. But even there, it's like you really have to like keep in mind a lot. And yes, I do agree with V, where it makes the player pay attention. It makes them be more cognizant of what is going on in combat. Trance of Order, where as a bonus action for a minute, attack rolls against you can't benefit from advantage. When you make an attack, ability check, or save, you can treat any roll of a 9 or lower as a 10. So again, this is basically the exact same thing as what's it called? No, I don't want filter. I want search. It's the Clockwork Amulet from Xanathar's Guide. It's the one where you just, when you make an attack roll, you can forego rolling it and you just take the 10. It's basically a subclass built around that whole thing. And then at 18th level, you summon spirits as an action. They look like Modrons. They're intangible, invulnerable. They can restore a bunch of hit points. They can repair things, and every spell of 6th level or lower ends on creatures and objects of your choice. They're just kind of coming in and saying, okay, everything that's going on, we're putting it back to the way things were. We're resetting the clock. Here's your hit points back. We're fixing the things that got broken, and we're reversing these spells. And honestly, you can make something like Clockwork Cavalcade a really cool, kind of flavorful thing, where if banging on a long con, where you could go through a big combat, and then at the end of it, the whole place is destroyed. 2 of your players are severely damaged, one of them's poisoned, another one's paralyzed, and because of some spells, and you just you pull out your time turner, or you have the Eye of Agamotto and the gloves, where you're like Doctor Strange and you're turning back the clock and healing these players, repairing this damage, and removing these spells on them. You can flavor it really well, but you gotta get to that level. Restore balance once or twice. That's it. It's one of those things that, for one, advantage and disadvantage come up very seldomly, depending on the kind of combats and the kind of games that the DM runs, and you have to remember that, and then you also have to bank on you can only use this so many times. At first level you can only use it twice. So do you want to use it now to take away the monster's advantage, or do you want to hold them so that you can take away your fellow players' disadvantage later on? It's a balancing act. I mean, that's literally the whole idea. I'm mostly focused on when or how best to use sorcery points. Yep, and that's the other thing about being a sorcerer. Sorcerer's got a lot to remember, because on top of everything else you have, sorcerers have their racial abilities, they have their main class abilities, they have their spells, they have their subclass. Then on top of that, you have your font of magic and meta magic, where it's should I use some of my points to empower a spell? Should I quicken it? Should I twin it? You know, careful spell is kind of like spell sculpting. So, you know, I want to cast a fireball, but I don't want to hurt my friends. So, and the problem is on here, it's like careful spell doesn't even really protect them that much. It's just that they automatically succeed the saving throw versus something like sculpt spells on a wizard where they actually don't take damage. So, all right. Let's continue on. So we talked about how wild magic's the wild magic sorcerer got a nice change, in my opinion, where wild magic no longer requires the DM to say, you know, roll on the table, do this, do that, roll the d20. Now it is simply that no more than once per turn, you can roll a d20 immediately after you cast a leveled sorcerer spell. And if you roll a 20, you're rolling on the table. Previously, wild magic was looked down upon. When they first made this class, it was looked at as a bad thing to have the wild magic surge happen. You know, it was that, like, there's this unbridled explosion of energy from within you that's coming out in, you know, raw, chaotic, wild magic. And if you roll a spell of first level or higher, the DM's gonna make you roll a d20. And if it's a 1, the worst thing you can roll, something crazy is gonna happen. 10 years later, and the entire book on wild magic has swapped, where it's like, guess what, guys? You can only do it once per turn, but after you cast a spell, you can roll a d20. And if you get the best roll in the world, you get a nat 20, you get to roll on the magic surge table. Because people like it. They love this class because it's crazy, it's chaotic, it's wild, the whole namesake of it. But it's hilarious because it leads for so many cool different moments in game. I mean, shit. Okay, maximize the damage of the next damaging spell you cast within the next minute. That's fucking great. I'm gonna cast Fireball. Okay, I'm not gonna have to roll 8d6. I'm just dealing 48 points of fire damage. Sweet. I got a 37. Okay, what happens when you guys are in the dungeon of eternal darkness and damnation? You know what happens? Okay, I'm gonna cast this spell. I'm gonna cast detect magic. Okay, you cast detect magic. Roll on the d20 table. Sweet. Oh, I rolled a 1. All right, roll here. All of a sudden, as you detect magic, you detect some strange outer-worldly magic as... I didn't mean to click over to Flumps. Damn it. I meant to click the number. What was it, 37? As 2 Flumps appear in front of you. You know, it's like, oh god, what happens? I don't know. They're frightened of you. They scream, oh, and they run away. You know, when I played a wild magic sorcerer in a one-shot that I did, I got to roll once in the whole, like, 5 or 6 hours that we played. This is the one that I got, and I absolutely love it because I mean, I love Flumps. I think they're adorable. You know, they're so cute, and they're very dumb. I mean, they're not dumb, but they're just so weird. I love them. They fart. You know, it's hilarious, and yeah. So I will say I personally love that wild magic went from being you know, it went from being something where it's like, you know, this is the class when you want to have chaos, and you know, you want to have the DM like almost punishing you in a sense. It's like a masochist kind of thing. But now it's like, okay, no, I have I have this really cool idea of, you know, some crazy stuff happening when I cast my spells, and I really want to see that. And honestly, I prefer it that way. I have seen a lot of people over the years do it where wild magic is just something that can proc anytime after you roll a, you know, a leveled spell. And I think that it's good to have it, you know, no more than once per turn. I think that's smart. So yeah, really happy about that. Tides of Chaos is also another nice change where, you know, you can give yourself advantage on a D20 test, and, you know, immediately after you cast a spell, you can regain the use of this feature, and you roll on the table. You can give yourself guaranteed rolls on wild magic. And sure, does that take away at the idea of it being like random times of day when it happened? Sure, you know, because it can happen at the worst times. But I love that, you know, as a player, you can manipulate this. You know, I think it's such a cool feature, such a cool flavor, because it is still random. You do have to still roll. There we go. You teleport to an unoccupied space within 60 feet of you. Sweet, sweet. Your hair falls out but grows back. That would be hilarious. All of a sudden, it's like you walk into a room, you know, you cast, again, I always go back to detect magic. It's like you go in, you cast detect magic, and all of a sudden your hair falls out. It's like, guys, I think there's cancer in this room. It's just, everything's gone. All right. But that was a quick recap of some of the things that we talked about on Saturday. Nothing wrong with some Looney Tunes stuff. That's right. Amen, brother. But we kind of ended off talking about the Warlock, because there's a lot to talk about the Warlock, just because the invocations have changed. There's a bit to talk about with the Wizard. We got four of the subclasses. Enables the player to enables to the player. Oh yeah. I see what I understand what you're trying to say. Yeah, that's right. It puts the role play opportunities in the player's hands. And that's always what you want to do. That was honestly one of those big reasons why I was super favorable to the concept of heroic inspiration, where, you know, instead of the DM having to sit there and remember, you know, okay, who am I going to give inspiration to? Did somebody do something really cool? What's up, Cookie Saurus? Thank you for the follow. You know, I was like, I always played that way, where it's like the DM has to sit there and say, okay, that was really cool, here's some inspiration. Or at the end of the session, it's like, okay, who did something really cool today? Like, let's talk about it as a group, you know, who deserves inspiration for next session. And I'm not saying you can't do that. You should do stuff like that. You should, you know, give your players an opportunity to speak up. And, you know, maybe at the end of every session, you look around the table and you say, okay, I want everyone here to, you know, say something that was really cool that happened in today's session that somebody else did. You know, obviously you can talk about the stuff that you do, but like, go around the table and talk about something that somebody else at the table did that was really cool today. And whoever, and then we're going to agree on who gets inspiration for the next session. That's a cool way to get some player involvement, to get engagement. But to have a mechanical thing be a reason why your players can get inspiration, such as rolling a nat 1, okay, that's a moment for your player to learn. I'll take that inspiration right now. That's right. You know, that's a great opportunity, you know, rolling a nat 1 and that idea of failing upwards, you know, okay, I'm going in to swing and I cleave with my sword as hard as I can. You roll a nat 1. As I'm going, I look the enemy in the eye and they kind of like startle me, and I shift the weight of my sword and it drags across the ground. And I'm like, I'm right in front of him and he's probably going to hit me as hard as he can. And so in that moment, it's like, okay, cool. You have inspiration. The next time that comes around, it's like, all right, I'm gonna muster this up. I'm gonna give myself advantage. I am going to use this moment to like steal my resolve and go after him. I love the mechanical aspects. Would also help folks pay a little more attention. Yeah, that's the thing. You know, that's it. You know, getting your group involved and giving them the opportunity to speak on what others have done. Yeah, it definitely it can help. I have seen that work at tables. You know, it's different stroke for different folks. Some I've seen it work at some tables. I've seen it not, because sometimes you get at the end of the session, everyone's tired, and it's like, whew, like, good session. I'm out. Bye. I'm going to get something to eat. But yeah, no, it is a way. It is a way that you can build up some engagement. You can allow your players to really think about how the session went, and again, making it something where they're not picking it on their own things. You know, you can sit there and be like, well, I thought that was really cool when I cast fly on my I cast fly on myself, and then you know, on my next turn I cast fireball into a group of goblins. I thought that was pretty cool. Like, I'm sure you did, but what about anybody else? Like, were you paying attention to anybody else, or was this, you know, was this the wizard show in your mind? Yeah, different ways that you can play it up. Like I said, I like whenever the system and the mechanics are there to benefit the player in that respect. You know, don't leave it just up to the DM. Don't leave it just up to the player to like have that mentality. You know, put something that's hard ingrained into the system, so that this way it can be something that just comes up. All right, so we are going to jump into looking at the Warlock. Keep in mind, this is the Unearthed Arcana playtest number 7 for the, you know, quote-unquote OneD&D 2024 playtest material. So, you know, as a reminder, yeah, Eldritch Blast. As a reminder, I have on the left-hand side of the screen, I have playtest number 7. This one moving over here. On the right-hand side, you will either see 5e.tools, which has the original 2024 Warlock design and career path. I will also occasionally swap over to the playtest 5, because this is what they changed it from. This is what they upgraded it from. And also, I will be swapping over to this occasionally. These are all the changes that have occurred with the Warlock in this new updated format. I just basically pulled them off of number 7, made it into an easy guide, and I'm going to post these up after the session, or after today's stream. I will have these design notes up on the Discord over in the D&D&Chill channel over at the Kel's Corner Discord. So if you want to look at these and read them yourself in a little bit of an easier to understand format, rather than having to scroll down through and, you know, look at them in here, those will be over on the Discord after this, and I'll be posting all of them for all the subclasses that have been in here. Okay, so first off, I just want to read the updates. We're just going to read them out. So first off, armor training entry returns to light armor only. Okay, so originally with the Warlock, we had light armor only. In playtest number 5, they added medium armor, and it said here, medium armor is now included in the class's armor training to better support warlocks that walk a melee oriented path, quote unquote hexblade warlocks. Obviously we can see that that was removed. It is now only light armor. Pact magic returns. In the 5th UA, they actually gave them standard spell casting. So previously, technically speaking, a warlock did not have normal spell casting. Technically speaking, they have pact magic. That is why it is called pact magic versus, say, a wizard who has spell casting. So it is because you are getting your magic from the divine pact, or I guess divine, but from the contractual pact that you make with your patron. They took that away in the 5th one because they wanted the pact to just be the boon, whether that be the pact of the blade, the chain, or the tome. And then spellcasting was its own thing. But they have gone back to that being pact magic, so it is back to where it was before. Eldritch invocations moved to 1st level, and at 20th level you have 10 invocations rather than 8, and a lot of these have been revised. So originally you had up to 8 invocations when you reached level 20, and you had 0 to start with, and you gained 2 at 2nd level. In the 5th UA, they changed that to where you had 9 at the end. Now they have actually moved Eldritch invocations from 2nd level to 1st level, and you're actually starting with 1, and then you go up to 3, which I honestly think is one of the best things that they could have ever done. I had a similar issue with warlocks as I had with monks, where I felt that warlocks needed more invocations because of their limited scope when it comes to the spells that they can cast. I also hated the fact that at first I was okay with how they did the warlock spell and like having an actual spell list and you could cast multiple spells. The thing is that being a warlock and getting your 5th level spells so early and always being able to cast at that high level but having a few spell slots to work with is the design. The problem is that we wanted more slots to work with. Most people have always wanted more slots for the warlock. In my opinion, I think that the amount of slots that a warlock should have should be equal to their proficiency bonus. I truly believe that. That would, in my opinion, be the best option, because that would start you off with 2. At 5th you would go up to 3. At 9th you would go up to 4. At 13th you would go up to 5, and then at 17th you would go up to 6. It would be a nice progression. It would be super easy to track, and I don't know, that's me. Okay, I think 2 is just not enough depending on the kind of warlock you want to be, but I will say that the fact that we have 5 invocations by 5th level now, whereas before we would have only had 3. Or wait, no, yeah, we would have only had 3. I was highlighting cantrips. I think that is phenomenal, and that is totally making up for the amount of stuff that I think we should have had. Now, I already know what's coming, and that is about the pact boon. This is why they're actually giving you a 1st level pact boon. Okay? So, at 1st level, you are getting your Eldritch, or no, yeah, where the hell is it? There it is. You're getting your Eldritch invocations, okay? So you gain 1 invocation of your choice, such as the Pact of the Blade or the Pact of the Tome, okay? So when we go down here, we now have in our invocations the Pact of the Blade, and it has no requirements. You can see now, though, that stuff like Otherworldly Leap, Lessons of the First One, where's another one? Okay, looks like those are the main two. So you actually have to be second level or higher to take those. But the stuff that lets you cast a lot of spells without a spell slot, like Disguise Self and Silent Image. Also, we have, well, yeah, Repelling Blast. Everybody should just take that. You know, stuff like that is going to be the stuff that you're going to take fairly early on, because those are going to be the ones that let you cast those spells without spell slots. Now, there is some stuff that that was taken out, and I don't know if it was taken out in the last one. So it could be wrong, because I'm not seeing it anymore. Oh, there it is. Jesus H. Okay. Eldritch Spear. That's what I was looking for. I was looking for Eldritch Spear because that was always one that I, oh, there it is. Yeah. Eldritch Spear now lets you choose which, yes. So, like I said, the first pact boon that you're getting is going to be, or the first Eldritch invocation you're getting is more than likely going to be one of the two packs. Okay, Pact of the Blade if you want to be a Hexblade Warlock later on, where you get to make that pact with a weapon and be able to conjure it, be able to add your charisma modifier to the attack and damage rolls, or I mean use charisma as part of that. It's also really cool on here that I think they talk about it over here. Yeah, Pact of the Chain, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I don't know if they actually do. Was that part of the old one? I'm talking to myself, sorry. So I don't know if Pact of the Blade allowed you to change the damage type. No, unless they added that in 5th. Where we at? Okay, where the hell do they have them? Orc subclass. Each boon. Oh, packed weapon. That's what I'm looking for. Oh, that's right. No, that's, yeah, see, this is why this shit was so convoluted. It gave you a spell. It gave you a spell called Packed Weapon. There it is, Packed. God. How they fuck that up. Huh. Yeah. No, that's something new. Before it was, yeah, so as a bonus action, so it's not a bonus action, it's now a bonus action, not an action. Conjure a packed weapon or create a bond. Until it ends, you have proficiency. You can use this mastery property. You can use a spellcasting focus. Whenever you attack, you can use charisma instead of, yep, so that's basically that. That's also the proficiency. You can cause it to deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, so that has gone, or that's new, but this is gone, the throne property. Your bond ends if you use this bonus action again, if it's more than 5 feet away. Okay, cool. Yeah, so we've had some changes. We've had some changes from it. Yeah, see, this whole thing of like, let's just make it a spell. I hated that. Now I will say, I kind of liked the whole idea of being, you know, allowing you to choose what your spellcasting modifier was for a warlock. You know, you could have a charisma one, you could have a wisdom one, you could have an intelligence one. I actually thought that was really slick, and I thought that was cool, because I thought that if they were willing to do that with this, they might be willing to do a constitution-based sorcerer, which I still to this day believe that sorcerers should be constitution-based casters. But, you know, it is what it is. Charisma's fine. It's probably where it's gonna be, and they're probably not gonna change that after this. So, 'tis life. Okay, so back to what we were looking at. Again, we'll get into the specific packed boons when we get down to that section. All right, so Magical Cunning is a new second level feature that allows a warlock to quickly regain certain amount of spell slots. I heard of this in the video that D&D Beyond on YouTube put out. So basically, you perform a 1-minute ritual, and at the end of that, you get half of the spell slots that you have rounded up. So, for example, if you are a, you know, if you're a 12th level warlock, you could do this 1-minute ritual. You've burnt through all 3 of your spell slots. You could cast this 1-minute ritual, or do this 1-minute ritual. You get back 2 spell slots, and you can do that once per long rest. I think that's great. Like, this is a really nice feature that's very quality of life. It allows the warlock to retain some of those spell slots, and this goes into that whole thing of give us an opportunity to cast more spells. So they're saying, okay, hey, we're not going to give you more spell slots just in general, but we'll give you an ability to take a minute to recover half of them. Because in reality, if that's the case, each one of these becomes, you know, this divided by 2 round up, that becomes 2. And then all of these become 3. This becomes 5, and this becomes 6. And if you didn't know, that's right about where I said we should have them. So in a way, by having this Magical Cunning, they basically did take the idea of saying, hey, you should have an amount of spell slots equal to your proficiency bonus. All right, so moving on, Contact Patron moves to level 9. So previously, where was that? That was at 11th level. So that has moved back to level 9. Mystic Arcanum returns to being a core feature, and it now allows you to replace one of the spells you gain. Okay, so Mystic Arcanum is one of those things that's very specific to a warlock, and the way that it works is, unlike a wizard, who at 11th level, you get a 6th level spell slot. You only have one of them, and that's it, okay? I even think Arcane Recovery doesn't even, none of the slots can be of 6th level or higher. So you are getting one casting of a 6th level spell per day, and that goes up to level 19 until you get your second one. At level 20, you get your second 7th level, but you only ever have one 8th or 9th level spell. But for the most part, you only ever have one 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th level spells. Now, for a warlock, obviously, you are only casting up to 5th level spells. But it's a full caster class, so how do they manage this? Well, they say, okay, at 11th level, the same level that a wizard gets their 6th level slots, you get to pick one 6th level spell from the list as an Arcanum. And you can cast your Arcanum spell once without expending a spell slot, and you just need to finish a long rest before you do this again. So that's cool. Now, like it says here, at higher levels, you gain more warlock spells of your choice that can be cast this way. One at 7th, or a 7th level at 13th, a 8th level at 15th, and a 9th level at 17th. And you regain all uses of Mystic Arcanum when you finish a long rest. So, 13th level, you get another spell. You choose a 7th level spell slot, and you can use your Arcanum spell once without using a spell slot. So in a way, this is very much the same thing as having it be a having it be the way that a sorcerer works. You get this spell, you can cast it once a day without expending a spell slot, and you need to finish a long rest before you do, before you cast this. So this has been kind of the design of this for as long as it can be. Now, with the 5th version UA, they basically said, hey, we're gonna give you a bunch of invocations instead. So at 11th, 13th, 15th, and 17th, we're just gonna give you some invocations, okay? You're not gonna get anything at 17th level, but you'll be fine. You're gonna get another invocation at 9th level. And the way that they did this was they said, okay, we're basically going to make a Mystic Arcanum invocation. So at 7th and 8th level, you can start taking this as early as 5th level, and you can have a Mystic Arcanum spell slot when you're at 5th level. That's a 3rd level spell, and this allows you to cast that chosen spell once a day without expending a spell slot. It's basically just like having any one of these other invocations, but these technically don't limit you to once per day. These just let you do it without expending a spell slot. So when the community got their hands on this, they very quickly wake up. They hit the, oh God. When the community got their hands on this, they very quickly went about doing the math and realized that by making this an Eldritch invocation, they actually ended up making it worse than it was before. Just because of the amount of times that you could cast a spell, but couldn't because you didn't have, the appropriate amount of spell slots. So there was a lot of people in the community that were like, hey, this was supposed to be better, but it's considerably worse now, because I'm now having to use my invocations to decide what I should or shouldn't be getting, but these really aren't, this isn't helping me earlier on. Okay. So Wizards listened, and they just gave us back, the old style Mystic Arcanum. So now at 11th level, your patron bestows you a magical secret called an Arcanum. Choose one 6th level spell. So same as we had before. You can cast your Arcanum spell once without expending a spell slot. Must finish a long rest before you do so again. As shown on the Warlock table, you gain another Warlock spell of your choice that can be cast in this way when you reach level 13, 15, and 17, and you regain all uses of your Mystic Arcanum when you finish a long rest. Plus a nice new little, again, quality of life improvement. Whenever you gain a Warlock level, you can replace one of your Arcanum spells with another spell of the same level. Not something you could do before. Super nice that you can swap that out. So I'm really liking this. And then finally, we have at level 20, because previously they had this whole dumb idea of level 20 was just going to be epic boons, which was the dumbest thing in the world. We now go back to having Eldritch Master. Oh, that's right. They got rid of Hex Master, which just allows you to cast Hex without expending a spell slot, which was dumb because they debuffed Hex to do that. So that was stupid. But we got Eldritch Master back. So when you use Magical Cunning feature, you regain all expended packed spell slots. So at 20th level, when you spend that minute, it's basically acting like a short rest. You're just popping back all 4 of your lost spells. So I like this. I like that they have gone back to the way that things were with the whole class design. And you know what? Somebody put up a post in it on the D&D subreddit where they were like, it was like Wizards of the Coast went forward by going backwards, and I laughed because I'm like, it's very much what it feels like. It feels like they tried a bunch of things. The community just said, hey, we're not feeling this. Things were better before. We want to kind of go with what we had back in 2014, but we want things to be a little bit stronger, because the reality is that most campaigns fizzle out and die by about 12th level. Okay. So by Wizards committing to making monsters in the new upcoming 2024 stuff stronger in the early levels, and also giving us more variety for extremely stronger monsters at higher levels that actually pose a threat but aren't world-ending events like gods and, you know, like Tiamat or the Tarrasque, you know, literally fighting celestials. This is going to open the door for a lot more higher level play, and because of that, the lower level stuff should build up to what that's being, and I feel like that's very much more what they're doing with a lot of this stuff. So yeah, I like what they have done so far. I like that Pact Magic is now back to what it was. I also like that they weren't just like, oh, you know, like with the sorcerer, it's like, oh, here's a thing and you can cast a spell with this, you know. And this one was basically like your entire class was like, oh, pick an invocation. I mean, that's literally half of it right there. It's like you have spell casting, or you have your pact boon, you have spell casting, and then you have invocations. And then you have invocations again, invocations, contact patron, invocation. So of your 20 levels worth of stuff, which we already know that 4 of those are going to be feats, or sorry, 5 of those are going to be feats. So out of 20 levels, 5 of them being feats, 4 of them being subclass features, that puts you down to 11 class features. 7 of 11 of those class features were just invocations. And it's like, do we really want that? Now, I'm not saying that that's not very much what we're seeing. It's just, now we're back to where it's a little bit more understandable. They're not trying to like kind of pull the wool over our eyes, making it seem like it's more than it is. And, you know, but they also cut down on the amount of invocations that we had and like made things less useful in this last one. But we're gonna have to look at that. That's the big thing coming up next, is all of the invocations. So we're gonna go through them. We're gonna go through them right now. So Agonizing Blast. Previously, Agonizing Blast was wait, we gotta pull up the invocation list. Its own thing. Here we go. Optional features. Make sure that we're on alphabetical, and actually let's filter out those and also that. Well, let's throw on Xanathar's, because I think some of them might pull from Xanathar. Maybe not. Probably not. All right. So Agonizing Blast previously was, when you cast Eldritch Blast, you add your charisma modifier to that. The last one was basically the same, but now choose one of your warlock cantrips that deals damage, you can add your spellcasting modifier to that. When you gain a warlock level, you can change which of your warlock spells this applies to. That's slick. Okay. I'm sorry. Oh, I mean, pull that up. That is slick. I really like that. I like that change. That's a, yeah, Hannah, that's a beautiful message there. One second. There we go, Jared. There's your answer. Oh man, gotta love Psychic Pebbles. All right, so I actually really like this idea about Agonizing Blast being just like a warlock cantrip. That's pretty cool to me. I'm okay with that. Let's, you know what, while we're looking at it, let's look what are our warlock cantrips after all. So warlock cantrip, there we go. So one that deals damage. So okay, so I don't know if there's a way to, we can actually just do this. Yeah, we'll do all of those. There we go. So there's all of our damage dealing warlock cantrips. Now I will admit, and I think a lot of people will know this, Eldritch Blast is the strongest one that is out there. That is hands down the truth of it, is that Eldritch Blast is the absolute strongest cantrip, being that it's a D10. It's also the one that instead of something like lightning lore, for example, where at higher levels when you are casting it, you're only casting it once, but it's doing more damage. Eldritch Blast allows you to choose who it goes to. It also, so you can have it go to one person, you can have it go to multiple, but it's multiple attacks, so it allows you more opportunities to hit a critical hit. Now granted, it also affords you more opportunities to miss, but personally at say 11th level, I would rather have 3 opportunities to hit a creature and possibly miss 1 or 2 of those, but still get a little bit of damage, rather than just casting a cantrip and losing out on the whole pool of damage entirely. Spell Sniper Feat is also, that's why I wanted to look for Eldritch Spear. Everyone knows that it's, you know, it's so fucking good, but it has changed, so we're gonna have to get to that, and I'm very curious to see the planning for that one. But yeah, so Agonizing Blast right there, I like that. You can give it to Eldritch Blast, you can give it to something else, and honestly that would be a really cool way to kind of like change it up, you know, make it something where instead of being an Eldritch Blast fiend, maybe you're playing a lightning based warlock, maybe you're playing more of a necromancer style and you want to take Toll the Dead, because let's be real here, if you could, oh my god, actually wait, Toll the Dead with a D12 necrotic. Okay, hold on. Wait a second. Okay, so if you are doing okay, I gotta pull up any dice. Real quick. No, not Andy, any dice. Jesus. Okay, so if you're doing an output of 3d10 odds, or let's go max. Okay, if you're doing an output of 4d10 on a 15th level or 17th level Eldritch Blast, then your mean is going to be 22 points of damage. So that's gonna be your average, is 22 points. But if you are doing Toll the Dead and you give this new one to Toll the Dead, you are doing 1d8 plus 3d12, because it's going to be a d8 for the first one. That's going to make it missing any amount of its hit points, meaning the remaining 3. Well, no, you know what? No, I guess because it's not. Never mind. But arguably, okay, so here's what we got to look at. Here's what we got to look at then. Across wait, what the hell happened there? Oh no, my one keycap fell off my my numpad. Oh no. Can put that on there. It is the same action. That's actually what I just realized. So if you do it across 2 turns, the damage output of 8 Eldritch Blasts hitting is 44 points of damage. And let's say at this point you have 5. So let's actually change this to 8 times 1d10 plus 5, because that should be 44 plus 40, so it should be 84. Oh wait, I didn't put the sign in there. There we go. Yeah, okay, cool. It should be 84. So if that's the case, then Toll the Dead would be 3d8 plus 5 plus 3. No, sorry, why would it be 3? No, it'd be 4. We're working with 4. It would be 5d8, or no, yeah, it would be 4d8 plus 20 plus 4d12 plus 20. Yes, that is right. It's the same amount of damage. Holy shit. That's the same amount of damage. Oh man. That kind of kicks me. I thought you'd be better off with it, but I guess, you know what though? If we are looking at it though from this perspective of, as long as you only focus on creatures that have already taken damage, arguably that's an average of 46 versus 42. So, oh no, I was wrong. No, I'm wrong. I'm absolutely wrong. You know why? No, I'm absolutely wrong. I just realized I was doing the math wrong. And it's why Eldritch Blast is still the best. I just realized this. Okay, because here's the reason. Eldritch Blast's output at max level is 4d10, or is 4 times 1d10 plus 5. Because if you add Agonizing Blast, you are adding your spellcasting modifier to that spell's damage rolls. You are rolling damage for this 4 times. Okay? Because each one's a separate hit. So the average of that is 42. But 4d12 plus 5, because you're with Toll the Dead, you are only adding the 5 to this 1 damage pull. That's 31. I thought I was onto something. Because of Toll the Dead's whole, higher, but it's not. If this was cast the same way Eldritch Blast would be slightly stronger because of the D12. But since you're only adding one instance of your charisma modifier to this because of one attack, this is still better off getting tacked onto your Eldritch Blast. Eldritch Blast still the best. Now, arguably, I would love to play it with this because this is, technically speaking, a warlock cantrip that deals damage. So being able to add your spellcasting modifier, could you add your spellcasting modifier again to this? I don't know how that would work with Green Flame Blade, because Green Flame Blade is that when you hit a creature, it deals them extra damage. So I don't know. That's one of those things. Eldritch Blast, that's right, V. Eldritch Blast, still the best one. Still the one that's up there. All right, let's move on with this. Okay, so Agonizing Blast now allows you to do this. Armor of Shadows, still exactly the same. I love that one. Armor of Shadows will always be one of my go-tos. Give me Mage Armor, without, at will. Great. Now, I do find it kind of funny they moved away from the phrase at will without expending a spell slot or material components, because arguably this doesn't say, this just says you can cast Mage Armor on yourself without expending a spell slot. So arguably if something had a material component, one could come to think that you might still have to provide that. I don't know how that would play in as we move forward. That's just a thought. Okay, so Ascendant Step now requires level 5+ rather than level 9+. So obviously that means that over here it was a 9th level or higher. Now it's a 5th level or higher. It allows you to cast Levitate on yourself without expending you see? Over here, it says without expending a spell slot or material components. So I'm wondering, does Levitate have a material component? No, nothing that has cost. I don't know. All right, Devil Sight now works in dim light as well as darkness. What did it have before? You can see in darkness both magical and non-magical. Devil Sight you can see normally in dim light. That's funny that you would have to specify that, but I can see where an argument at a table would happen. It's like, oh yeah, you can't see, you have to roll disadvantage with perception. It's like, but I have Devil Sight. Well, Devil Sight only says that you can see in magical and non-magical darkness. This isn't darkness, this is dim light. I would be that player at the table being like, that I should see better. So good for them to clarify that. You can see normally in dim light and darkness, both magical and not. Great. All right. Eldritch Mind has been imported from Tasha's. Good for Eldritch Mind. Advantage on con saves when trying to concentrate on a spell. Sweet. Okay. Eldritch Sight is gone since Detect Magic is now on the Warlock spell list and can be cast as a ritual. Oh, I don't like that. You see, this is the whole reason why I don't like them. I don't like this. I don't like that Eldritch Sight is gone. There's another one that's also gone. Beast Speech. It's not even there. Beast Speech is gone since Speak with Animals is now a warlock spell and can be cast as a ritual. I am sorry. I so much prefer not having to cast these two as rituals and spend 10 minutes doing it. I hate that. I hate that concept. And I'll tell you why. I have 2 warlocks in the campaigns that I run. On the stream that you can watch on here whenever we actually play, because Rime of the Frost Maiden takes like month gaps. Jared's character Gerard has beast speech, and in fact he so does the other warlock in my library campaign. I have for some time stated that since the invocation of beast speech says you can cast it at will without expending a spell slot, and since the action is one action, they simply have it perpetually on. Okay, they're just able to do it as easy as they breathe. You know, they just understand what animals are saying and they can communicate with them. The one in my library group also has Eldritch Sight, which is the one that gives them detect magic. They are simply always perceiving the world with an arcane eye. They can, as they're walking around, it's kind of like those images you see of like a dog's smell-o-vision. I'm gonna try and find a picture of I can't really find a good way to depict this, but you know, it's kind of like how you know, you can look through a camera in an infrared spectrum and see different colors, okay? Or you can look through you know, you can look through something that's able to detect like pheromones or like heat coming off of something, and you can see like the waves coming from it. It's kind of like that with his character. He's just always perceiving like, oh, this is evocation magic, this is conjuration magic. And I think that's a really cool way to give the warlock some kind of identity, where through your patron you have this like thing that you can always do. I allow my players to turn that off if they want, because granted, something like detect magic is concentration. So this means that so long as they're doing that, they can't concentrate on another spell. But it is really cool just to have, it's really cool for them to have that. So I'm not a huge fan of them taking away anything just because it's on the spell list and can be cast as a ritual. I think that's dumb. All right. Back to where we were. Eldritch Smite. Once per turn, you can hit a creature. Yeah, so this is Pact of the Blade, 5th level. It can deal an extra 1d8 force damage plus another 1d8 equal to the level. Cool. So it's basically the same thing. Where were you? I'm gonna move this out of my way. I'm gonna move this over to there. Okay, so that's been imported. Eldritch Spear now allows you to choose one of your known warlock cantrips that deals damage and that has a range of at least 10 feet. When you cast a spell, its range increases by a number of feet equal to 30 times your level. That means that the Eldritch Sniper build can only click online at 10th level. That hurts. That hurts. And it is also okay, hold on. So Eldritch Blast has a range of 120 feet. Eldritch Spear increases it by a number of feet equal to 30 times your Warlock level. So actually, no, that would click on at 6th level. So you would need to be 6th level in order to get this to be adding 180 feet to make the range 300 feet. So arguably, in the long run, it is technically better because you're going to take Eldritch Blast, you're going to take Eldritch Spear, then you're going to take Distant Spell Meta Magic from the Sorcerer to double the range for 1 sorcery point. And then what? You're going to... Oh, what is it? I can't remember all of it. Sharpshooter, or sorry, not Sharpshooter, Spell Sniper. So yeah, you're gonna have Spell Sniper. So Spell Sniper allows you to double the range of a spell. So here's where the problem's gonna come into play. Are you saying that the range is 120 feet and that's what you're doubling up to up to 240, and then grabbing the Sorcerer Meta Magic option of Distant Spell, allowing you to further double it, turning this up to 100 or up to 480? Because previously you could take Eldritch Spear and make it 300 and then double with Spell Sniper and Distant Spell, getting it up to 1200. And that basically just required you to be a 3rd level sorcerer and a second level warlock. And you'd have to be you'd possibly have to be a 4th level sorcerer or variant human. You'd have to start with Spell Sniper. So yeah. So I guess it really depends on if you are looking at Eldritch Blast and saying, okay, this is your base range. This is now adding to it. So at 6th level, your base range is 300 feet, which can double. So that would mean at 20th level, your base range on this would be 720 feet, which means a double on 720 would be 2,880. So that's not too bad if you get it up to that point. Yeah. Yeah, okay. 2 miles divided by well, yeah, 5. No, yeah, it's half a mile. 2,880 would be roughly half a mile. So I mean, I think that's, I mean, arguably you could dip 6 levels into Totem Warrior Barbarian. So you could go 6 levels into Totem Warrior Barbarian, which would give you Eagle Vision, allowing you to see up to a mile away. And then you could go from there, Sorcerer, up to 5th level, which would put you up to level 11, so that you can have, you know, a few extra uses of distant spell, and then just get your Warlock up to 3rd level so that you can grab your pact boons. You know, get yourself a familiar so that you can cast some spells through there. And then yeah, go the rest in Sorcerer. Just for the sorcery points. It'd be a hell of a build. I mean, by the time that would fully come online to where you could shoot from a mile away, you'd be level 14. So you better be playing in a high level campaign for this to even be like anything viable that you could ever consider, or a one shot. I mean, hey, that's why I like the theory craft, is for one shots and stuff. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I will say though, it is nice that you can swap this around with the other cantrips. That is one of the cool things that I'm liking so far. All right. Eyes of the Runekeeper has been removed since stop it. God, this is another one. You can read all writing. I have the other Warlock in my Phandalin 5 campaign has Eyes of the Runekeeper. The whole reason they took these invocations is because they can do the thing at will without having to sit there for 10 minutes and cast Comprehend Languages. Arguably, Comprehend Languages is one of those things that is a little different, because with Comprehend Languages, it's, you know, you understand spoken language and can understand any written language that you can touch, okay? But like, there's reasons why people have taken these things, and now you're changing it just for what seems like, because you want to cut down the invocation list. It's like, oh, do we really need this one because they can cast as a ritual? Well, a ritual takes 10 minutes to do. Do you always have 10 minutes? No. Sometimes, what if you come across, like, you're walking up a mountain and there are some goats there and they're bleeding at you, and you're going, you know, you're continuing to walk up, and then, you know, you're like, hold on, I want to talk to these goats, and it's like, okay, cool, we're going to cast your spell. It's like, this will take me 10 minutes, and it's like, fuck. All right, do it. You sit there, you start casting it. Guess what happens? 2 minutes later, avalanche. It would have just been so much easier to have been like, okay, boop, I cast it. What are you saying, goats? There's going to be an avalanche. And it's like, hey, thanks, let's get the fuck out of here. But no, now you have to sit there and cast it as a ritual. I don't like this. I don't like this. Give me my Beast Speech, give me my Eldritch Sight, and give me my Eyes of the Runekeeper. I'm sure it's going to come again later. I'm sure it is. Just haven't seen it yet. Okay. So, moving on. Favor of the Chainmaster has been cut in favor of importing Investment of the Chainmaster from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Okay, so what was it? It was Favor of the Chainmaster? Was that something over here? Oh, it was. Okay, so Favor of the Chainmaster was something they added in 5th UA, which was that when you had a Pact of the Chain, you could summon a more powerful version of it. Oh, that's right. Okay, I do remember this. All right, so Investment of the Chainmaster was something that came in Tasha's, that so long as you had the Pact of the Chain, you could give your familiar a certain style of boon. So they gained a swimming speed or a flying speed. Like it says here, you can, as a bonus action, command them to attack. Their weapons are magical. If the familiar forces a creature to make a save, it uses your spell save DC, and when it takes damage, you can use your reaction to give it resistance. This was replaced with giving your familiars a little bit of flavor. So for example, an aberrant slowing slime, the target's speed is reduced by 15 feet. Now, this is when your familiar hits with its Eldritch Strike. This was all based on that whole new spell known as Pact Familiar. So it wasn't just Find Familiar, like there was this whole new thing about like you could have different types of familiars, like it could be a flump or a celestial or a dragon, but it had its own stat block, and its main attack was Eldritch Strike, and it did different kinds of damage based on that. So this Favor of the Chainmaster was basically saying, okay, you already have this new stat block, but here's something else. When your companion does their Eldritch Strike, the aberration slows them down. The celestial gives advantage on the next attack. It basically gives it guiding bolt. Draconic Might is that it knocks it prone. So this is saying that was removed in favor of Investment of the Chainmaster, where you're either giving it a swimming or a flying speed. It can attack as a bonus action. It's considered magical. It uses your spell save, and when it takes damage, you can use your reaction. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, okay. Actually, wait. Hold on. They have updated that. So you can give a swim or fly speed of 40 feet, bonus action attack. It can deal necrotic or radiant damage now. Okay, that's why its attacks can be magical. So you're actually giving it a reason for it to be that way. I don't know. You know what? As convoluted as it might have been, I actually was more in favor of the whole, like, depending on the style of familiar you had, here's some cool things you can get with it. And honestly, in my opinion, I might say that that could be something added in, like, homebrew. You know, that would be like a cool thing to add into a homebrew, you know, getting this back. Because I honestly didn't mind those. I thought that was pretty nice. Okay, Fiendish Vigor no longer requires you to roll a die when casting False Life. You instead gain the maximum number of hit points. Okay, so Fiendish Vigor previously was that you cast False Life as a first level spell, which if you cast False Life, you have to roll 1d4 plus 4. So makes sense. Sweet. So you're just getting 8 hit points back. Awesome. Whatever. I like that. That's better. Gaze of Two Mind now works on any willing creature, not just humanoids. Okay, so previously, Gaze of Two Minds, you touch a willing humanoid. Okay, cool. So it is now a willing creature and perceived through its... Sweet. Quality of life improvement. That's great. I have water. No, I don't. And wait, what? Must be within 60 feet. What's up, Ms. Roy? This is the newest 6e 5.5 playtest. We are we're talking about the wizard invocation, or the warlock invocations right now. We're busting through these because there's a lot of them. All right, so previously gaze through Gaze of Two Minds, as it says here. As long as you're on the same plane of existence, you can perceive through their mind or their senses. You can use your action on subsequent turns to maintain this, extend it while perceiving benefits. Okay, cool. So I'm guessing it was in here. While perceiving, you can cast spells. Okay, so they reduce the distance that this can be. Player's handbook, nothing more. What are you talking about? They're re-releasing the DM guide. They're fully releasing a player's handbook and a DMG. So and I wouldn't be surprised if a monster manual would come to follow. I 100% believe that 2024 will see a full new core rulebook sets, because DM guide has already been talked about. In fact, that's like what the whole second half, a lot of the second half section of all of these UAs, like all the rule changes and stuff, that's where they're going it in. That's where they're going to it now. That is what they're calling these playtests now, rather than I know what they're calling it. It doesn't change the fact that it's not the case. Like, I understand what Wizards of the Coast wants to do. Wizards of the Coast, back in, back in 3rd edition, was like, hey, we got this great game and everybody loves it, but we have a lot of rules that we've changed over a few years, and we just want to compile everything and put it all into one set of rules. And we're going to call that, we're not going to call it really anything, but everyone said, okay, so this is 3.5. It's basically the same thing, but it's just a re-release of it. And so that's what it was. But it was only ever technically 3rd edition. It was just the new set of rule books. And then 4th edition came out and everybody said, hey, cool, no, we really like 3rd edition. We like 3.5. So we're going to stick with that. And that's where Pathfinder came from. And 4th edition bombed. And then now 5th edition came out in 2014. Everyone said, hey, this is great. This is perfect. We really like this. There's a lot of things that could be worked on. So we'll play with them here and there. Now, 10 years later, Wizards is saying, hey, we need to sell some more books, because all these people that have been playing this game for the last 10 years, they've only ever had to buy the core rule books once, maybe twice if they bought a physical copy and if they bought a copy on D&D Beyond, and maybe 3 times for the weirdest ones. It was officially called. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So thank you for proving me wrong, because I actually wasn't aware of that. I didn't play back then, so that was my own ignorance. So now it's like, hey, we need to make some more money, and a good way to do that is to say that, hey, let's take all of these rules that we've done, all of these changes that we've introduced in Xanathar's Guide, in Tasha's Cauldron, in Mordenkainen Presents Monsters of the Multiverse. Actually, Monsters of the Multiverse was what they already did. They took the other 2 monster books, which was, oh god, my eyes, I have them over next to me, Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes and Volo's Guide to Monsters, and they basically said, hey, let's compile this all into one because we've made some changes here and there. That's all they're doing. I was there in the battle days. So a lot of my friends were. A lot of friends that I've made through D&D were. So I've gotten to learn about that. Technically speaking, my first encounter with D&D was 3rd edition. This was many years ago, and then it was just like with a cousin of my father's, and then I never touched it until I started playing in around 2014 in the before times, like when D&D, when it was still called D&D Next. Yeah, that's like, it's what happened with 3rd edition getting rewritten into new books with all the updated rules that they've developed over the years. That's all they're doing now with 5th edition. They're saying, hey, we like what we had, we think it's good, but we just want to take all these rules from Tasha's and from Xanathar's, and we want to put them into one book. The players and DMs have asked us for different style of, DM's guide and player's handbook to make things a little better and a little more understandable. So let's redo these, but we're not going to call it 5.5. We don't want to change it. We want people to just think of it as D&D. So originally, obviously, we all know they came out with that OneD&D thing. And that's like calling it, going from Xbox to Xbox 360 to Xbox One to Xbox X to Series X. Yeah, well, that and making sure that someone else isn't that's true. Obviously they bought D&D Beyond from fandom, before, when it was a privately owned thing, that they were basically just licensing. Yeah, I honestly think, in my mind, I'm still calling it OneD&D for the most part, but if I were to look at this as, is it 5th edition? Is it 5.5 or is it 6E? This is 5.5. This is 100%, in my opinion, 5.5, because it's not 5th edition in its entirety. 5th edition is what we got in 2014. That, the player's handbook that I have on my shelf over here, that is 5th edition. And whatever is in the 5th edition set of rule books is what 5e is. That is what the OGL guaranteed. That's what the entire SRD is what 5th edition is. When they release a new player's handbook and a new dungeon master guide, that is, in my opinion, that is not going to be as drastic as a change from, 1st to 2nd and 3rd, 2nd to 3rd, 3rd to 4th, and 4th to 5th. This is hey, we like everything we're doing. We just want to compile all the changes that we've done over the years. 90% of it looks the same, but here's a few word changes. Here's some phrasing changes. In reality, look at it like you look at SpongeBob. Okay, when you go back and you watch the first couple episodes of SpongeBob, the lines were like goofier and wavier, and the characters had a little bit more, obtuseness to them. SpongeBob walked a bit funnier, and his clothing wasn't exactly perfect. Nowadays, everything has a specific line width. Everything has specific colors. There is a perfect design of SpongeBob now, and they do that with a lot of characters. Exactly. The Simpsons are exactly the same. Back in the day, the lines used to be thinner, things were a little bit more malleable, the characters changed and evolved over time, but now you have a character art guide that says the hair on Homer Simpson has to be this, the ear shape has to be this, and that's because you want a template to make things easier that everybody can follow. That is why in D&D, you have specific phrases that are used that people who are developing for D&D know that that's how they need to word stuff. You know, it's why when you're making homebrew, you use certain phrases in certain ways, because that's how they're worded in the other books, and you want to follow that. You know, that's one of those things that you kind of have to learn that style guide for. So that's why I think in their opinion, they're like, well, this is like SpongeBob, because it's still SpongeBob at the top, but we've kind of like changed the design. We've become more pure of what we are. But in reality, this is more like 3.5, because it was 3rd edition and they came out with a new rule set, and now it's 3.5. So in my opinion, again, it's gonna be 5.5. If I was like, you know, gun held to my head kind of thing, I'm still gonna call it OneD&D, because I have called it OneD&D, and it's just honestly the first thing that comes to my mind. But hey, you know what? I guess it's still 5th edition, because it's all still going to be a part of the same, you know, you're going to be able to use whatever from whatever system. And I play 5th edition. You know, I still say that I play 5th edition because I take things from official sources, I take things from homebrew sources, and I have, you know, implemented things from OneD&D stuff from the playtest. The new, which one was it? Was it 6? 6 when they had the rogue, I think. Bard, that's the druid. Deflect missiles, that's the monk. Paladin, ranger. Here, these I gave my rogue in my library group these cunning strike abilities. Now granted, I built that into, I built them getting that into a story moment where they were kind of like momentarily trained by a member of the Zhentarim and then joined the Zhentarim. And so this was like, you know, hey, here's some cool cunning strike things that the Zhent mercenary, that this Zhent agent is gonna teach you. These aren't rogue abilities, these are Zhentarim abilities. So long as you're a member of the Zhentarim, you know, it's like now that you've joined the Zhentarim, you've learned these skills. So this was like played into her, you know, getting that. I like this kind of stuff. I like when I can take things from the new stuff and put it into what I'm working with. Kind of like how some seem to call the way D&D is now core D&D. Oh, core 5e. That's the thing. I mean, it all depends on how you look at it. Again, technically speaking, the PHB from 2014 is 5th edition. The player's handbook they are putting out in 2024 will be listed as 5th edition. More than likely. They have said it's just gonna be an updated rule set. And like Ms. Roy pointed out, they had officially branded them as 3.5, and I think they want to avoid that again. So obviously it's just going to be 5th edition, but it's still going to be 5.5. But hey, whatever. It's still D&D, the end of the day. All right, back to where we were. Let's get through this. All right, so we got through Gaze Two Minds. Gift of the Depths has been imported from Tasha's. Semi-related, my first EP Pathfinder game I'm running is ending relatively soon. I'm working on a Pathfinder 1.5e roll doc. Can use some ideas from PF2 to make the game less annoying to me. Nice. Best of luck to you. I'll tell you what, I like Pathfinder 2 in some ways, and I like D&D in others. For example, I will say that I like, and I know a lot of people have spoken about this, I really do like Pathfinder's action economy system. The whole idea of you have 3 actions and you figure out what you want to do with them. I don't mind that, because it does allow you, when you are, you know, like when maybe sure you're a martial character and you're up close and personal with somebody, you're not having to be like, okay, it's my turn, I get 1 attack with my main hand weapon and I have the extra attack feat so I can attack twice and that's it. And that's like your action. It's like, but I don't have anything for my bonus action and I don't need to move because I'm right next to the guy that I want to kill, so I guess my turn's over. Whereas with Pathfinder, it's like, cool, I have 3 actions, I'm gonna attack with each one, and I'm probably, you know, gonna hit, I'm more than likely gonna hit him with my first attack. My second attack's gonna take the multi-action penalty, or the multi-attack penalty, so I might hit with that one, or like I should hit with that one, and you know, I'm gonna hit with my, I'm gonna try and hit him with my third attack. You know what? And that map might be higher, but I'm really gonna try. And so that's cool. Now, what kind of kills me as a spellcaster is that in the game that I play a bard. Now, my main 2 abilities when I'm jumping into combat is I cast Inspire Courage on on everyone that I can see. If you don't know, PF2 Bard has an ability, it's a focus cantrip called Inspire Courage. It is for 1 round, you and your allies gain a +1 to attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves against fear. It is phenomenally great. It is a cantrip, so I can just cast it every time, and it only takes 1 action. Beyond that, I normally, if we're in combat and I actually need to hurt something, I will cast Phase Bolt. Now, Phase Bolt is a cantrip that has a range of 30 feet, and I get to ignore circumstance bonuses to their AC from stuff like cover or a shield, because the Phase Bolt phases through cover and shields. So it's really cool because I, as the bard, can stay back and shoot somebody from cover and not have to worry about a penalty. Now, that's all well and fine because they're both cantrips. I'm not burning spell slots, and in Pathfinder you can cast 2 cantrips in a turn. What sucks is the moment I have to move. Because Phase Bolt is 2 actions, if I need to move, I can still pop my Inspire Courage, but I can only cast Shield or Endure as my other abilities. Now, I could try to maybe shoot it with my hand crossbow. You know, I could maybe shoot it with my sling, but because drawing a weapon is an action, I'm still having to burn that action. So a lot of times in combat, my first round is going to be to move into the room or move into the setting where combat is happening, inspire courage to my allies, and cast shield on myself so that I get that bonus to my AC. Because my character is 100% a support bard. I wanted to be nothing more. That is the kind of character I like to play. I like to play support. And while combat is going, I want to be around my allies so that I can cast stuff like Soothe, so I can cast stuff like Phase Bolt to do a little bit of healing and to help them out in combat. But for the most part, I am there to inspire courage. So again, it's just one of those things where I better have, you know, a hand crossbow out. Now, luckily, I will say I don't have to have an instrument because my character's instrument is his voice. So I have that benefit. Yeah. Level 2. Oh my, yeah. Inspire Courage is so good. Like, the moment I saw that, I was like, well, shit, that's just a free +1 to everything. Like, that's so good as long as you can pop that off. And the fact that it's a 60-foot emanation. So it's straight up, as long as your allies are within 60 feet of you, it's phenomenal. No map that we've ever played on has been more than 60 feet, like, for any one particular combat. Yeah. And a higher, you get Inspire Heroics. What is that? What is Inspire? I gotta look that up. Inspire Heroics. Maestro Muse. Oh wait, I don't know if I have Maestro Muse. Damn it, I don't have Maestro Muse. I have Polymath. Yeah, that's the one where I get Versatile Performance and Unseen Servant. Yeah, Versatile Performance. Polymath Muse, you rely on the grandeur of your performance rather than ordinary social skills. You can use performance instead of diplomacy to make an impression and instead of intimidation to demoralize. You can also use an acting performance instead of deception to impersonate. And you can use your proficiency rank and performance to meet the requirements of skills that require a particular rank in deception, diplomacy, and intimidation. Yeah, I did not take Maestro, but I'm not gonna lie, I feel like he might change later on. Because I'm not gonna lie, that sounds more like how I've been playing him. So I might talk to my GM about possibly being able to change that later on. Because Inspire Heroics does sound pretty nice. You learn Inspire Heroics meta magic focus spell. You call upon your muse to inspire, unless I can just take it otherwise. I mean, it's nice that it would give it to you, but I might just be able to take it otherwise. You call upon your muse to greatly increase your benefit. So Inspire Courage or Inspire Defense. If your next action is to cast Inspire Courage or Inspire Defense, attempt a performance check. The DC is usually a very hard DC of a level equal to that of the highest level target in the composition, but the GM can assign a different DC based on circumstances. The effect of Inspire Courage or Defense depends. Okay, so failure. Your Inspire Courage or Defense provides its normal bonus of +1, but you don't spend the focus point for casting it. Well, that's good. And then success is that it's increased to a +2, and a critical success is +3. Nice. That's pretty sick. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna have to see when we get up to that point. If I can move that around. Oh, Maestro Muse is a requirement. Okay. I'll have to talk to him about that because that definitely feels more like what it is. And I think when I was making the character, I was trying to decide between those, and I wanted him to be more of a I wanted him to be more of like a verbose kind of character, one who was more like social decorum and whatnot. But he has definitely become something else entirely. He's, I don't know. Yeah, I'll have to play him by ear. I'll bring it up to my GM though, so I do appreciate the insight there, Mizroy. I wouldn't have known that without you, my friend. All right. So back to the Warlock. All right. So Gift of the Protectors. That is still a level 9 thing. Requires the Pact of the Tome. I also have a Skald who's a warrior muse, but nice. I remember looking at the warrior. I was like, the moment I looked at that, I'm like, nope, this is definitely not his thing. He was not a warrior until he got into that campaign. So Beauregard Powalski definitely has found to become a member of a battle team, but he is not the one getting up into combat. Very rarely does he try to. All right. So yes, where are we? Gift of Protectors is still basically the same thing. You can write a creature's name in there. When they drop to 0 hit points, they drop to 1 once per long rest, unless you are a cleric who pissed off your old god. Investment of the Chainmaster has been moved in. Lessons of the first one can now be taken more than once. So lessons of the first one is not in there. Was it in here? Yes. What is this? Oh, that's right. I remember this. Hey, you're that cleric. That's right. You have received knowledge from an elder entity of the multiverse, allowing you to gain a feat of your choice, such as skilled, that lacks prerequisites, and that is repeatable. Yep, that's been changed from a no prerequisites to being that you have to be level 2 or higher. So that means you cannot take that one as your first invocation. I think that went by another name before, but I can't remember now. I thought it went by another name. I thought it was like something skilled, like the skilled feat, but could be wrong. Yeah, can't think of it. Also, I just realized Aspect of the Moon is gone. Was that gone in the last one? That was from Xanathar's guide. Was that not moved in? I guess not. Wait, why am I looking at the wizard? Okay. I guess Aspect of the Moon wasn't moved in from... I just don't think they're including it in the playtest, because, like, Aspect of the Moon is not in there. Neither is Cloak of Flies, but Eldritch Smite is. So, and I think it even said... Eldritch Smite has been moved in from Xanathar's. So apparently Aspect of the Moon is not something they're apparently moving in or importing from Xanathar's guide. Oh well, sorry. I'm just kind of surprised that I didn't see it earlier. All right, so where we at? There we are. Life Drinker now lets you choose to deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant, and the healing is connected. All right, so previously, Life Drinker was when you hit a creature with your packed weapon. This is a 12th level, need to be packed to the blade, which has been reduced to 9th level. They take extra necrotic damage equal to a charisma modifier. I believe this was changed last time. Yes. So this was previously reduced down to 9th. When you hit a creature, it takes 1d6, and the first time you do this, you regain a number of hit points. It is now 1d6 necrotic, psychic, or radiant, and you get those back plus your constitution modifier. So that's pretty nice. Life Drinker, is that no, so this is a Pact of the Blade. It is, so your weapon, when you hit somebody with it, you are dealing them extra damage, and then you are gaining a number of hit points back equal to the amount of damage you dealt plus your constitution modifier. There's an entire like catalog of no, not Life Drinker, Vampiric, I believe is what it is. It's like it's kind of like Vampiric Touch, but it's a it was like a long sword. There's like a vampiric longsword that's along the same lines, where when you hit a creature with it, you get like half of the damage you dealt back as hit points. So it's kind of along the same lines. So Mask of Many Faces is exactly the same, I believe. Yep. Disguise self without expending a spell slot. I mean, it is like a vampiric weapon. That's like the whole idea. I mean, a vampire could use it, I guess, but it's more that the blade itself is doing the vampirism. Master of Myriad Forms allows you to cast Alter Self. So kind of along the lines of the Mask of Many Faces being, Mask of Many Faces being Disguise Self, Master of Myriad Forms giving you Alter Self. It now is a 5th level instead of being 15th level. That's good. Misty Vision stayed the same. That is your ability to cast Silent Image. One with Shadows, that is where you can become invisible in darkness or dim light. Otherworldly Leap is where you get to cast Jump on yourself. And actually, not gonna lie, the new version of Jump makes this a little bit more reasonable to take Otherworldly Leap, so kudos to that. All right, so Pact of the Blade. As a bonus action, blah, 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 so it's now a bonus action to create this bond. When you attack, you use your charisma modifier instead of that. So I believe that is, you're proficient with the weapon while you wield it. It counts as magical. You can cause it to deal necrotic, psychic, or radiant, or its normal damage. So that's basically the same thing. And yep, it disappears if it's far enough away from you. So totally fine, totally understandable. All right, Pact of the Chain. This is where I haven't read yet. You learn the Find Familiar spell and can cast it as an action without expending a spell slot. Huh. That's cool. But that doesn't take away the need for the 10 gold. So this brings my point. The Pact of the Chain invocation states that you learn Find Familiar and can cast it as an action without expending a spell slot. When there's other things in here that say you can cast it without expending a spell slot, they don't expressly say it does not require material components. So you still need the 10 gold worth of this stuff to be consumed, but you are casting it as an action, so that's totally fine. You're not having to cast it as a ritual, which would have been 10 minutes on top of what you had before. Okay, awesome. When you cast the spell, you choose one of the normal forms for your familiar to take, or Imp, pseudo dragon, quasit, skeleton, slod tadpole, or sprite. In addition, when you take the, oh, holy shit. So not only do we get the normal 4 from Pact of the Chain, getting us our little devilish imp. You know, everyone loves taking the imp because it has devil sight and you can view through its eyes. You know, you can keep an imp on your shoulder and you can see through its eyes, and then you don't need to take the devil sight magical or the devil sight invocation. You can just view through its eyes, and it can also be invisible. Fucking phenomenal. I love that. The pseudo dragon has always been very flavorful. I've always thought pseudo dragons were really cool as these like kind of cat-like dragon creatures with some limited telepathy and just like general magical resistance. Quasits are sick, and actually, I'm not gonna lie, I've come to love my own little quasit because I've been playing through Baldur's Gate, and there's a point where you can get summon quasit as a familiar, and his name is Shovel. He's become one of my best friends, and you know what? I'd take a quasit any day now. He can become invisible. He can scare people, which is really cool because you can frighten creatures, which is better early on than it is later. And then sprites are actually pretty all right. They're not as good. One of the nice things about them is that you can learn a little bit about creatures. So like you can have a creature you can have them turn invisible and then use heart sight to know the creature's alignment, which is cool and all, but like again, imp is always the one people go with. I had to look up quasit. I fucking love quasits. Like I never really liked them before, but like look at little guy, look at him, he's so cute. I gotta pull up a picture of Shovel. Let's see if I can find a picture of Shovel. Oh, look at him. Here we are. Oh wait, there we go. Come on there. There he is. Oh, look at the little guy. Look at the little guy. Oh, he's so cute. He's so cute. There he is. Oh, look at that. What a little guy. Ooh, a spell shite. When the fisting starts, use the sparky magic to call Shovel. Let's kill everything. He is a little murder hobo, but he is, he's so dear to me. I love Shovel. But we get 2 new ones. We get a little skeleton, which arguably is pretty baller. So I am going to compare these directly to the imp. In my opinion, I feel the imp is one of the stronger ones. Not only does it have a higher hit point pool, it has fire and poison immunity. It is immune to being poisoned. It has a shit ton of damage resistances. It also has a shape changer ability, devil sight, magic resistance, and invisibility, and has a pretty all right sting ability. I'm going to compare both of these to the imp to see what is better. All right, so off the bat, you can obviously see skeletons have less versatility. An imp is a CR1, skeletons are CR 1/4. They do have a higher hit point pool maximum, and a higher constitution, but overall worse stats. They're immune to poison, which is great, but they are vulnerable to bludgeoning, considering skeletons can be battered and beaten down. They are immune to exhaustion, so arguably you could run them to the ground, but their attacks aren't doing nearly the same amount of damage, but you do get a sizable ranged attack. So arguably you could summon a skeleton if you need to get some ranged attacks. Flavor wise, skeleton is pretty cool. If you want to be an undead warlock or an undying warlock, a skeleton familiar would be pretty sick. So flavor wise, I think it's all right. Utility wise and, you know, min-maxy bullshit wise, I'm kind of meh on that. So that's me. Now the Slod Tadpole is one that definitely caught me off guard. If you don't know, so slods are these kind of like weird like lizard frog people that have certain colors based on, I was hoping that would pull up the like all of them. There's a picture of all of them. Yeah, they're like these lizard frog creatures. And depending on what color it is determines like something about it. I can't remember. I want to say it's like, unless I'm thinking of grung, I'm pretty sure that like slods, like a red slod makes something, I forget. Oh god, I forget what it is. It's like I don't know if it's slod or grung, but like I know between them, like there's one that a slod, like a red slod makes a blue slod, and blue slods only make red slods or something like that, and then you can have the gray slods, but again, I might be thinking of grung. Overall, slods are actually pretty cool and pretty powerful. But we're looking at Slod Tadpole. So here we go. Pretty simple. Not a... Okay. Yes. Thank you for the clarification. What? God, I gotta look it up now. I'm gonna kick myself for... All right. I have to look this up. Yeah, I can't find the information I'm looking for. It's one of those things. It's like, I could probably look into here and it'll probably tell me. Oh wait, here it is. Each color of slod reproduces or transforms in a different way, with red slotty spawning blue and green slotty, and blue slotty spawning green and red. Each green slod undergoes a lifelong cycle of transformation into more powerful gray and death slotty. With each transformation, the slotty retains its memories. So yeah, a red slod produces blue and green, and blue produce red and green, and green eventually become gray and death slots. it's so weird. But yeah, the thing about them is that they're like chest bursters. So they actually need a host. That's why this image shows a creature that it's like bursting from the chest. Waldorf sluts? What is that? Oh my god, a Waldorf salad. I hate you so much. Oh my god, I had to Google that, and I'm like, what am I missing? Like, why do I know the name Waldorf? Oh, terrible. All right, so here's my impression. Yeah. So here's my impression. Compared to what they did before, when they said, okay, here's the spell Pact Familiar, here's everything you can do, And here's the stat block for it. This is all you get. I am really glad that they decided to bring back the ability to summon the Imp, Pseudo Dragon, Quasit, and Sprite. But with the addition of the skeleton and the Slod Tadpole, I think that unless you are going for flavor of being an undead warlock or an undying warlock and having that, you know, just having the skeleton, or going for more of like a like ooky spooky aberration, I don't really see a reason not to go for the Imp, because you can always reflavor a familiar. When I played in a campaign where I was playing a Celestial Warlock Divine Soul Sorcerer, I just sat down with my DM and I said, hey, look, I want to take Pact of the Chain, and I want to take the Imp, but I don't want them to be devilish, because the character that I was playing was very divine and radiant and holy. So I asked him, would it be okay if I took the would it be okay if I if I took the Imp stat block and simply altered it a little to be more of like a cherub? And he was like, yeah, absolutely, you know, that's totally fine. So that's what I did. And I'm trying to see trying to see where it was. Oh, maybe I didn't give it a name. No, I totally gave it a name. Oh, you know what? It might have been one that I didn't have to make. Hold on. Oh, no. Okay, that's weird. Hold on. I'll just pull up the stat block. So this is that character. He's level 10 Sorcerer Warlock. This was the stat block. So go into extras. His name was Ithis Argos, but it's exactly the same thing. Instead of him being a devil, he was a cherub. He was a tiny celestial instead of a fiend. Lawful good, not lawful evil. All the same ability, armor, and hit points. All the same stats going up through. He had all the same abilities, except instead of deception, he had persuasion. He was not resistant to cold. He was resistant to radiant. He was immune to poison and necrotic. Everything else was the same. He didn't have infernal. He had celestial, and he had angel sight instead of devil sight. Oh, and also he had stab instead of sting, because Ithis was a little tiny angel that hung out with my character, and it dealt radiant damage instead of dealing poison, which that was kind of one of the big takeaways. There's a lot of creatures out there in games that are resistant to poison, so I kind of got a little bit of benefit there. Also, the fact that he was still immune to poison and also immune to the poison condition. But not being resistant to cold, there's more instances of cold damage showing up rather than radiant. So it was kind of that little bit of a balance. But overall, he was able to basically turn into the same things. Oh, I also got to change some of the things he could turn into. It was a weasel for the rat, a hawk instead of a raven, and a lizard instead of a spider, just because I wanted more like you know, good things rather than like rats, which are like gross, plague spreading, and ravens that are tied to, you know, like the Raven Queen, and darkness and spiders that are ooky spooky. You know, it was like, oh, sweet little weasel, and, you know, a blood hawk, and, you know, cute little lizard. Yeah, I miss Ithis. Miss his character in general. That was fun. This was the character I wrote a 30-page backstory for, so there's a lot of lore there. I have an entire chapter of that character's backstory that introduces that NPC and his familiar. All right, let's move on. We got some more things to get through, because we're not even through the invocations, and we've been going for almost 3 hours. The best backstory, I don't think so. I think the best backstory is like a few paragraphs, not 30 pages. It's a story, that's for sure, but not the best backstory. All right, so where were we? We were on Pact of the Blade, Pact of the Chain, Pact of the Tome. All right, so Pact of the Tome, let's compare that to what we have here. You learn 3 cantrips and 2 first level spells. That is, you learn 3 cantrips. They don't need to be blah blah. You can cast them as spells. Any cantrip, you can perform action. That is anything more than a page starts pushing. No, you're 100% right. I ended up having to write a page of bullet points with that backstory that was like, these are the main things, because I just could not subject my friend to sitting there and reading that whole thing. So yeah, no, best backstories, like a page worth is all you need. Or give me bullet points. So wait, what are we? Pact of the Tome. Why is it giving us spells now? Did they do that? I don't want to scroll all the way back up. I'm just going to compare it to this. This one, you got 3 cantrips. Any cantrip you cast with this feature is considered. If you lose it, you can perform an action. Okay. When it appears, you choose 3 cantrips. You choose 2 first level spells that have the ritual tag. They can be from any class. While the book is in prison, you have them prepared, and they function as warlock spells. You gain a warlock spell level. You gain a level 1 spell slot. Once you expend it, you can't gain another slot from this feature until you... Okay. And you can use it as a spellcasting focus. Nice. That's actually a lot better than before. Before it was just that you got a handful of cantrips. Now it's that you get some cantrips, you get 2 first level spells with the ritual tag. This is kind of a combination of both the Book of Shadows. Is it one with the shadows? No, it's called like the Book of Shadows or something like that. Maybe no, wait, what? There was something else that requires the Pact of the Tome, Gift of Protectors, Far Scribe, Book of Ancient Secrets. Ah, okay. This makes more sense. So they have basically said, okay, I now see what they did. They basically said that the Pact of the Tome is now both the Pact of the Tome and the Book of Ancient Secrets. So you get the 3 cantrips, you get the 2 first level ritual spells, but now you are also getting a free first level spell slot that you can use once per long rest. That's a pretty sick one. Pact of the Tome just became a little bit more powerful with that, since you're not having to burn an Eldritch invocation later on to snag that. I like that. I really like that. I think that's a cool way to manage that. All right, let's keep going. Repelling Blast still works. Eldritch Blast pushes a creature 10 feet. Thirsting Blade. This is a 5th level Warlock Pact of the Blade. You gain extra attack. With this feature, you can attack twice with your weapon instead of once, so pretty simple, pretty straightforward. When you reach 11th level, you get 2 extra attacks. I believe that was the same thing. Yes, you can attack twice. That now gets a nice little upgrade later on, so that's pretty sick. Visions of Distant Realms allows you to cast Arcane Eye, and it's 9th level instead of 15th. Whispers of the Grave is 7th level instead of 9th, and Witch Sight is basically the same thing as far as I remember. Oh, actually, it's slightly different. It's just being more specific. You have True Sight out to 30 feet. That's much better. Having this obscure line of text, you can see the true form of any shapeshifter or creature concealed by illusion or transmutation magic. Nope. True Sight. Perfect. I didn't even read your last message, Ms. Roy, and I apologize. I can respect that, though. Here's the cliff notes so you can easily reference stuff for a story, but here's the yes, that's basically it. I'm a writer. I enjoy writing. I enjoy writing stories, but if I'm writing a backstory anymore, I'm going to give you I'm going to give you a piece of paper that outlines everything you need to know, but I'm going to keep it on 1 page. But I might sit down and write a 2 or 3 page backstory, or, a couple paragraphs that kind of give me some time to elaborate on it. So yeah. All right, cool. So Archfey updates. Now, the last time that we saw a Warlock subclass was the Fiend Patron, so I'm going to save that for last. Archfey. Patron spells, formerly called Expanded Spell List, now lets you have its spells always prepared, and it includes Misty Step. Okay, we need to pull this up over here. Archfey. Calm. Oh yeah, because we're not getting first and whatnot. These are just the level spells that are expanded. Okay. So I'm not gonna lie, I like this a lot better than Expanded Spell List. Here's why. This is that you always have these prepared, so that means that you just have those. Expanded Spell List means that, hey, you can take these, you have access to them, but you can still only prepare so many spells, so you better hope that you don't want to take anything else. I like this. This is pretty sick, so good for them to make these always prepared, so kudos to yous. Steps from the Fae, previously Fae presence, now gives you Misty Step and ways to modify it. That's cool. So previously, Fae presence was that a creature within a 10-foot cube originating from you had to make a wisdom save, and if they failed, they were charmed or frightened depending on what you wanted to do. That was once per short or long rest. Now, your patron bestows on you the ability to move between the boundaries of the planes. You can cast Misty Step without expending a spell slot a number of times equal to your charisma modifier. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. In addition, when you cast that spell, you can choose one of the following effects. Immediately after you teleport, one creature you can see within 10 feet of you gains temporary hit points equal to 1d10, or creatures within 5 feet of the space you left must make a wisdom save against your spell save DC or have disadvantage on attacks against creatures other than you. That is baller. That is baller. This plays into the whole idea of the Misty Escape ability that comes later. This plays into the idea of Fae being tricksters. This could also really do well if you are playing an Eladrin who has their Fae Step ability. I mean, a Fae Step Archfey Warlock, I mean, an Eladrin Archfey Warlock would be a fucking mobility nightmare for a DM. They would be popping all over the place because they could Phase Step as a certain reservoir of abilities. They could Misty Step, and now when you Misty Step, you're also giving your allies temporary hit points, or you're taunting certain enemies, making it so that if you're poofing away from them, now they're having to chase you down, otherwise they have disadvantage. That's really sick. I love that. I know that, so for reference, Jared, who plays Gerard in the Rime of the Frostmaiden game, he plays an Archfey Warlock. So I'm kind of looking at this with his character. He has used Fey Presence a number of times, and it has worked out well for him. Sometimes it doesn't, though, but he used Misty Step once to save his own ass, and I'll tell you what, he has never forgotten that. All right, Misty Escape now modifies Misty Step spell and expands your choices from Steps of the Fae. So Misty Escape used to be that when you take damage, you can use your reaction to turn invisible and teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space. You remain invisible until your next turn or until you cast your spell. Now, you can cast Misty Step as a reaction in response to taking damage. In addition, the following effects are now among your Fey Step options, or Steps of the Fae options. You have the invisible condition until the start of your next turn, or until you... Okay, so Disappearing Step is exactly the same as Misty Escape, but you also get Dreadful Step. Creatures within 5 feet of the space you left or the space you enter must succeed on a Wisdom save against your spell save or take 2d10 psychic damage. Holy shit! Granted, that's a 6th level ability, and 2d10 is pretty moderate for that, but that's pretty baller. I like that. I really like that design. See, this is what I like in a subclass. Give me something early on that is the design of it, and then give me a way to modify it, make it feel unique, and then give me ways to continue making that a theme throughout. All right. 10th level, Beguiling Defenses now reacts to you taking damage. Okay, so previously at 10th level, you are immune to being charmed, and when a creature tries to charm you, you can use your reaction to attempt to charm them back. They must succeed a Wisdom save or be charmed by 1 minute or until the creature takes damage. Now, it is that you are immune to being charmed, and immediately after a creature you can see hits you with an attack roll, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage you take by half. And you can force the attacker to make a Wisdom save, and on a failed, they take psychic damage equal to the damage you take. Wow. Holy shit. That's actually really powerful. I'll tell you what, there's not a lot of creatures that try to charm, at least in the campaigns that I run, mind you. But man, oh man, and granted, it's only once per long rest, but you can expend a spell slot to use this again. And sure, you're a warlock, you only have 2 spell slots, you kind of got to keep them, lock and key. Well, actually, at 10th level, the next level after you get that, you have 3, so you do have a little bit more to play with. God, I really like this redesign. All right, finally, Bewitching Magic, which replaces Dark Delirium, allows you to cast Misty Step whenever you cast an enchantment or what the fuck. Okay. So previously at 14th level, you plunge a creature into an illusionary realm. As an action, choose a creature within 60 feet. They make a Wisdom save against your spell save DC. On a failed, they're charmed or frightened for a minute or until you lose concentration. Until the illusion ends, they think they're lost in a misty realm, the appearance of which you choose. It can only see and hear itself, you and the illusion, and you get that once per short rest. Now, it is that immediately after you cast an enchantment or illusion spell, as an action, you and a spell slot, so you can't be a cantrip, you can cast Misty Step as part of the action without expending a spell slot. I gotta say, that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie though, that one doesn't do it nearly as much for me. Okay, so here's the thing. I'm gonna pull up all the spells 1st to 5th level that a warlock can cast that's illusion and enchantment. Okay, this is not a huge list, and on top of that, you only have so many spell slots that you're casting. Now, granted, actually, no, I was gonna say you would have access to your Mystic Arcanum, but technically speaking, this is requiring the burning of a spell slot to use. So you can't use this with something like, you know, Charm Person, that maybe you get from a, you know, from an ability, or, well, I guess none of these are you have invocations for, so I guess that's not nearly as big of an issue. But like, that is actually really powerful, because you could summon Shadowblade. Shit. Oh no, you could not. That's a bonus action. That's not a full action. Okay. I need to change the filter. So we need to switch this to being an action. And what else? It burns a spell slot. That's fine. Okay, so these are the spells right here. Charm Person, let's rotate this. Charm Person, Crown of Madness, Enthrall, Hold Person, Invisibility, Mirror Image, Suggestion, Enemies Abound, Fear, Hypnotic Pattern, Insight, Greed, Major Image, Charm Monsters, Psychic Lance, Hold Monster, Mislead, and Synaptic Static. These are all the spells that you can cast that Bewitching Magic applies to. That's not a lot, okay? It's really not. I don't know. Bewitching Magic really isn't. I appreciate what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, hey, these are all the things that we had before, and we're really playing into this whole Misty Escape, Misty Step thing. But, and this whole thing, the whole subclass is supposed to be about mobility and like trickery and stuff like that comes from the you know, the Fae. But I'm trying to think of like a really thematic way to do this, but like I don't know, none of these are really standing out to me. I guess you could like cast Enemy Abound and then teleport next to a creature, or like do Enemy Abound when you're standing next to a creature, and then you cast Enemy Abound to frighten them, and then you like teleport away and they take some damage, and you have it be that they think like their friend attacked them. You could just do Fear and you know, teleport through there. I don't know. I'm not as huge on Bewitching Magic, but honestly, everything, I couldn't really think in the moment of a way to make this work better. I definitely don't think this Dark Delirium, oh shit, didn't mean to click that, is any better, because it doesn't really fit what you're doing anymore. Because this used to be all about Charmed. It used to just be about charming them. Now it's more about mobility and movement and stuff like that. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I would do with level 14, but I just don't really care much for this. It is a free use of Misty Step though, so I guess if you're trying to get out of range of somebody, you could cast Charm Person and then teleport. So I don't know. All right, moving on to Celestial Patron. There's not much that changed. So obviously we have that these patron things have changed. And let's see. Celestial, here we go. Healing Light's exactly the same. Okay, I kind of imagined this wasn't changing that much, but Celestial Resilience now works with Magical Cunning. What? Huh? You gain temporary hit points whenever you use your Magical Cunning. Oh, Magical Cunning is the one where you restore hit points. Or restore spell slots. So, starting at 10th level, you gain temporary hit points when you finish a short or long rest. Okay, so you gain temporary hit points when you use your Magical Cunning feature or finish a short or long rest. Okay, sweet. So, you gain temporary hit points when you spend that minute to recover some of your spell slots. Awesome. That's totally reliable. Everything else is exactly the same. Yeah, everything else is exactly the same. Glancing through it, Healing Light, Radiant Soul, Celestial Resilience, and Searing Vengeance. Cool. Apparently Celestial was good enough. Granted, it came in Xanathar's guide, so it's just a direct import. Yep. So not much has changed. All right, like I said, we're going to talk about Fiend last, just because that's the one that I have to jump between more pages because I have to go back to playtest 5. All right, so the goo, the great old one. Patron spells, yep, already making sense. Awakened Mind now lets you cast a two-way telepathic connection with another creature. Okay. You can telepathically speak to any creature within 30 feet of you. You don't need to share a language, but they must be able to understand one language. So now you can form a telepathic creature as a bonus action. Choose a creature within 30 feet of you. You and the chosen creature can speak telepathically while the two of you are within a number of miles equal to your charisma modifier. So it's no longer that it needs to be somebody within 30 feet that you can see. Okay. That's pretty nice. All right. To understand each other, you must mentally... Oh, you must speak mentally in a language the other knows. So it's... You need to be able to speak a language they know, because this is not... Huh. It lasts for a number of minutes equal to your warlock level. It ends if you're incapacitated or... Huh. Okay. So previously it was just within 30 feet, you can telepathically speak to a creature. You don't need to share a language with them. Oh, you know what? That's because you were reaching into their mind to speak with them. They could not speak back. So now it's become that you can understand each other. Okay, makes total sense now. It's become more versatile. It's usable over a larger range, but it is limited in minutes, but I'm okay with that. I mean, you can just kind of use that. And it's just a bonus action. There's no resource it's pulling. Yeah, awesome. Cool little change. Psychic spells is now a 3rd level feature versus what? Is it new? Oh, it is a new feature. Okay. At 3rd level, oh, that's right. We moved from this being 1st to 3rd. When you cast a warlock spell that deals damage, you can change it to psychic. In addition, when you cast a warlock spell that is an enchantment or illusion, you can do so without verbal or somatic. Pretty cool. Okay, I mean, hell, I'll take some free shit. I mean, there's already some free shit on here, but that's okay, sweet. There's a lot of things that don't resist psychic damage, so that's a pretty cool workaround. Clairvoyant Combatant, which was previously Entropic Ward, uses your telepathic bond to impose disadvantage on attack rolls against you, and you have advantage on attack rolls against the creature for the duration. Okay, so previously at 6th level, when a creature makes an attack against you, you use your reaction to impose disadvantage, and if it misses, your next attack has advantage. Okay, now when you form a telepathic bond with a creature using your awakened mind, so again, taking an earlier ability and enhancing it, you can force the creature to make a wisdom save against the spell save DC. On a failed save, they have disadvantage on attacks against you, and you have advantage on attacks against them for the duration of the bond. And this can be used once per short rest. You can also restore use by expending the spell slot a 2nd level or higher. Okay, cool. I actually didn't even think about using this on another creature. But yeah. Nothing in here says that it needs to be an ally. It still needs to be a creature that you can see within 30 feet, but as long as you're within a number of miles equal to your charisma modifier, you can speak with them. So you could honestly create a two-way link between another creature and like speak to them and pretend that you're like a ghost or something like that. I guess you could have done that before, but still, I never really considered that. And so this is a cool way to use that. That's a sick way to use that. So I like that. All right, thought shield. Your thoughts, has that changed? No, that has not changed. Okay, so your thoughts can't be read by any other means unless you allow it. You have resistance to psychic and yep. When a creature deals psychic damage to you, that creature takes the same amount that you do. Okay, cool. Eldritch Hex. Your alien patron gives you always have Hex prepared. When you cast it, you choose an ability. The target also has disadvantage on saves against... Wait, what? Isn't that what Hex does? Choose one ability when you cast the spell. The target has disadvantage on ability checks. Oh, the target has disadvantage on saving throws. Okay. That's where I was messing up. That's pretty sick. Okay. And create Thrall now gives you summon aberration with additional properties. Oh, that's not how you spell it. All right, so summon aberration allows you to summon an aberrant spirit, beholderkin, slod, starspawn. Okay, so your patron, you always have summon aberration prepared. When you cast it, you can modify it so it doesn't require concentration. If you do so, it becomes 1 minute for the casting time, or 1 minute for that casting. And when summoned, the aberrant has a temporary hit points equal to warlock level. Okay, so how many hit points does it have already? 40 plus 10 for each spell slot above 4th. So at that point, you're casting 5th level spells. So, plus 10 for... So, wow, that would actually have a lot. No, it wouldn't. It would have 60 plus 14 temporary hit points. Okay. Plus your level, or plus your charisma modifier. Okay. So we're looking at a decent amount of points. In addition, the first time it hits a creature under the effect of Hex, it deals extra psychic damage equal to the bonus damage of that spell. Okay. So Hex is getting that extra little bit of bonus tapped into there. You know what? Not too bad. I think that's pretty sick. Getting an aberrant summon is pretty cool. All right, on to the last warlock one, which is the Fiend. All right, so Fiend, Dark One's Blessing now works when someone else reduces a creature within 10 feet. Okay, let's get rid of these because I need to see what I'm doing. All right, so Dark One's Blessing was that when you reduce a hostile creature to 0 hit points, you gained hit points equal to your charisma level, or your charisma modifier plus your warlock level. It is now that when you reduce an enemy to 0 hit points, you gain temporary hit points. 2 equal to your spellcasting modifier plus your warlock level. You also gain this benefit if someone else reduces an enemy within 10 feet of you, or oh yeah, okay, so there you go. I see why they have to word it that way, because this is that anytime you reduce a creature, you gain those. This is just that creature has to be within 10 feet of you if somebody else doesn't. I like that. I think that's a good quality of life improvement. Dark One's own luck can only be used once per roll. Starting at 6th level originally, when you make an ability check or saving throw, you can use this feature to add a d10 to your roll. You can do so after seeing the initial roll, but before knowing once you use this feature, it can't be used until you finish a short or long rest. Okay. When you make an ability check or save, you can add a d10. You can do this after seeing the roll, but before you know the effects. You can use a number of times equal to your spell casting modifier, but can use it no more than 1 time per roll. Okay, so I'm guessing you can, yep. Okay, I know why they put that in there. In the 5th UA, they said you can use it a number of times equal to your spellcasting modifier, minimum once. I could imagine somebody sitting there rolling a saving throw and then adding 3d10 to that to make sure that they save, and getting that once per long rest. That's pretty hilarious. They're like, okay, no more than once per roll. All right, relax, calm the fuck down. That's funny. All right, Fiendish Resilience is exactly the same. You gain resistance to that damage type. You choose a damage type. Other than force. Okay, so they put in the force restriction, but it's still pretty much the same thing. So. Awesome. All right, Hurl Through Hell, I believe, has changed a fair bit. Hurl Through Hell requires a charisma saving throw before affecting the target. The damage is now 8d10, and the target is incapacitated. Okay, I heard about this one before. So originally, it was that when you hit a creature with an attack, you use this to instantly teleport them to the lower planes. They disappear and they hurtle through a nightmare landscape. At the end of your next turn, the target returns to its place previously occupied or the nearest unoccupied space. If it's not a fiend, it takes 10d10 psychic damage, and this can be done once per long rest. They changed this to be when you hit a creature with an attack roll, you send them through the planes. At the end, they make a wisdom save against your spell save DC, and on a failed save, they take the 10d10 psychic damage, half as much on a success. This can be used once per long rest, or if you burn a 4th level spell slot to do it again. It is now, you hit a creature, they teleport through the planes, they succeed a charisma save, or you hit a creature, they now have to succeed against a charisma save, otherwise they teleport through the hellscape. They take 8d10 psychic damage if it isn't a fiend, and it's incapacitated until the end of your next turn when it reappears in its space. Once you use this feature, it's once per long rest or until you expend a 5th level spell. Okay, so they made it higher level to use. They reduced the damage. They put it behind a charisma saving throw, but the creature is now incapacitated. The reason why they put this is because the concept of a character hurtling through the lower planes and like the planes of the hells, what are they doing down there? Like, granted it's 6 seconds, but like, could they do something while they were in there? Because it says that you're hurtling through a nightmare landscape, but what does that mean? What does that entail? Can you interact with your environment? Can you cast a spell? Can you like if you cast like Dispel Magic on yourself, is Hurtle Through Hell gonna leave you there? So there's a lot of questions that came into play that Jeremy Crawford and Todd Kenrick were talking about, and I think that's what's playing into this. So It's good that they're now being explicit about what it is. So overall, you know what? Here's my opinion overall for the Warlock. I think it's okay. There are some things that I like better, like the invocations. I like that I like the Archfey updates. I think the Archfey is really cool now. I love the whole like popping around, teleporting, kind of trickery style Archfey build instead of the whole charmed and seductive and frightening kind of thing. Because I think trickery Archfeys are a lot cooler than like the whole enthralling ones. So I would love to see an Eladrin Archfey Warlock that is all about mobility and like teleporting and shit. That'd be really cool. The goo seems fairly similar, but really now playing into the whole telepathic communication and telepathic link, which I'm perfectly fine with. I love the idea of you like really fucking with things' minds. The Fiend is pretty much exactly the same, I feel like. You get a little bit of a better way to use Dark One's Blessing. Dark One's own luck can only be used once per roll, which was just like a, thing they had to clarify. And Hurtle Through Hell, they changed the save, they lowered the damage, but now it's incapacitated, so it's just a thing that they had to address. Celestial Resilience, working with Magical Cunning, is a cool thing now that they added Magical Cunning. And then as far as it comes with the invocations, I like the stuff where it's like Agonizing Blast and Eldritch Spear, where you can pick the cantrip that it applies to. Eldritch Blast is still the best, as we figured out with the math. I do not like, though, Eldritch Sight, Beat Speech, Eldritch, Beat Speech, Eldritch Sight, Eyes of the Runekeeper. I don't like the fact that you took away the invocations just because you can cast them as a ritual. There are some players that don't want to wait 10 minutes to cast those spells, and I side with those players. So, sorry. I also really like Pact of the Blade, Chain, and Tome. Even though not much has changed on them, I do like Pact of the Chain, has the new familiars. I also like Pact of the Tome, giving you that extra spell slot, plus kind of being tied in with the Book of Shadows or whatever it was called. So overall, I like the Warlock. I think it looks all right. Okay. Let's get through the Wizard, because we've been going for almost 3.5 hours and we got through one class. As you can see, this is why I had to split up these, because there was a shit ton to talk about with the Warlock. All right, so Wizard. Let me pull up the Wizard over here. Cool. Arcane Recovery returns to first level. They moved it to second. Now it's back. Good. Some side tangents. That's right. We did have a lot of side tangents. We also talked about Pathfinder. All right, so Arcane Recovery returning back to first level. That is that when you make a short rest, you can choose to you can choose to recover some expended spell slots. They have to have a combined level equal to or less than half of your wizard level rounded up, and none of them can be higher than a 6th level. So if you play Baldur's Gate, you'll know this if you play with Gale, because it's like the main thing that I have to do constantly is recover his spell slots. All right. Spellcasting now allows you to change a cantrip when you finish a long rest. The fuck? Incorporating the functionality of cantrip formulas feature from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. This feature also returns to using the wizard spell list, and the total number of spells has increased since the last playtest. Let's take a look at that. Okay, so originally, as a wizard, you can have a number of spells equal to your intelligence modifier plus your wizard level. Okay, so this is that when you are beginning your day, you can prepare a number of spells equal to your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier. So That would be at like first level, potentially a maximum, or yeah, so at first level that's going to be a maximum of 5, because you can't have a +5 modifier to intelligence at first level, but at max that's going to be 25. So now that we're just based on this list is taking into consideration that you have a +3 modifier up to this point, and then a +4 modifier up to there, a +5 modifier up to there, and then a +4, and then a +5 again. That's weird. That's weird that you can't prepare another spell slot between 11th and 12th level. That's everything. What the fuck? Everything. Yeah, that's weird that everything kind of just stays exactly the same. Huh. Weird. Okay. So here's the thing. I actually don't mind this, because depending on your intelligence modifier, you can have things that reduce your intelligence modifier, which means that you actually have to remove spell slots or remove prepared spells. So glad that it's now just a list. It is higher than the last time that they screwed with this, because as you can see before, it did not go up nearly as fast. Because you can see right here, it was double 16, double 17, double 18, and then 19, 20, 21, 22. So good that we're getting some better height as we go along. All right, so also I want to see that cantrip. 3 cantrips that when you start. Okay, so I think that's exactly the same. Yeah, 3 cantrips. When you reach blah, 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 changing your prepared spells. All right, whenever you finish a long rest, you can change your list of prepared spells, replacing 1 or more spells, preparing a new list. Okay. You can cast any spells as a ritual, as they have the ritual tag, intelligence, blah, blah, blah. Where is this whole cantrip thing? Where am I missing that? Oh, when you finish a long rest, you can replace 1 of your cantrips from this feature. Nice. Okay, yeah, no, that would account for everything. Okay. Sweet. So, and then the amount of cantrips that you know, is that staying the same over the lifetime? Yeah. Yeah, it's exactly the same. 9th level. All right, cool. I'm digging it so far. The ability to swap out a cantrip, that's so much good versatility with that. And yeah, that was here. That was a 3rd level feature. Again, Tasha's was always optional. So it is nice that this is, this is now becoming a set thing, just like plopped into there. Okay, so Wizard Spellbook is absorbed into the spellcasting feature. Hey, wizards. Hey, Watsy. Thanks. Good job. The last time we talked, I saw this Wizard Spellbook, and it's like, oh, here's a whole fucking spell. Here's a whole class feature that literally just says what has always been in a little, like, box, because it comes up so fucking randomly. When was the last time you played in a game where a wizard actually, like, destroyed their spell book, or that they need to replace it? So rare. Why do we need to have an entire class feature talking about the wizard spell book? Let it be a thing that exists ephemeral. Why does it need to be a 3-pound, 100-page book? I get that it's unique and that it can be a thing. I'm sorry. I want to play a wizard that my spell book is tattoos and he's a Goliath. Okay? It's not a book. It's tattoos. Can't be lost. Arguably it could. It could be scratched off of his body. But still, I much prefer this little block of text that gives you the information you need to know and isn't filling up a fucking spot on the goddamn career path that we don't need. So thank you, Wizards, for taking that off of there and just giving us Arcane Recovery back. You're good for now. We'll see, though, when it comes to the next ability. All right. Scholar replaces Academic at 2nd level and offers expertise in a chosen... Oh, okay. So previously, Academic was that when you take the study action, you have advantage on any intelligence check you make as part of that. To remember, there was 2 new actions introduced in one of the old UAs. There was study, which is a thing you do when you make an investigation check, and search, which is where you make something like a perception check. So this basically was that when you investigate something, you use the study action, you get advantage on any intelligence check you make as part of that. Now you get to pick one of the skills in which you have proficiency, Arcana, History, Nature, Religion, and have expertise. Thank you. That is fucking awesome. I love that. I want Arcana expertise. Give me that. Arcana counts for so many things. It's so like goofy and weird because so many things fall under Arcana. Give me that. I like that. Thank you. I so much prefer Scholar over Academic. All right, then we got our Wizard subclass. I don't like that it's at 3rd level, you motherfuckers. Give me it back at 2nd. Honestly, here's my opinion. I would rather have the subclass at 2nd level and Scholar at 3rd. Okay? Truth be told, that's where I stand. I'm going to put that in my notes when I turn in my whole little, like, here's my opinion about all this shit. Swap these. Give me my 2nd level ability. Give me my 2nd level subclass. Not every subclass needs to be at 3rd level. When you're not doing it to all of them, you don't need to do it. Or when you're only doing it to some, you don't need to do it to all. Give me my 2nd level subclass. I stand by what I said before. Anybody getting their magic from an outside source that they don't have total control over, like a wizard, like a warlock, a cleric, a paladin, or a sorcerer, get it first. Spellcasters, bards, wizards, druids, artificers, you get it as 2nd. Martial characters, you get it at 3rd. Martial characters are already fairly powerful at 1st and 2nd level. They can wait a little bit before they specialize. Let them learn how they want to swing their sword before they swing their sword in a different way. Give me my special spells. All right, let's move on. There's actually not a ton here, and I still... Okay, I'm gonna get angry again. All right, so obviously we talked about Scholar. Memorize spell is now a feature rather than a spell. Hey, Wizards! Fucking finally! I talked about this the last time. When you base an entire... I talked about this when we talked about Sorcerer. When you base an entire class's goddamn class career path on, you get this spell that does this thing that's only for you. That's dumb. Nobody wants that. I said it before, and I'm so fucking glad that you listened, okay? 5th level was that you got the memorize spell ability. Well, what does memorize spell do? Let me go to my spell list. Okay, memorize spell simply says you choose one spell. It's a minute to cast. It's a ritual. It's only available to wizards. And when I cast a spell from my spell book that I don't have prepared, or I can choose one spell that I don't have prepared and choose another spell I do have prepared, and I can replace them. I can swap them. And this lasts until I finish a long rest. And I can also upcast it. Guess what? Now, it's just a fucking feature. Studying your spellbook for 1 minute, you can extend mental and magical effort to memorize a spell. Choose one spell of level 1 or higher from your spellbook that you don't have prepared, and you now have that spell prepared until you use this feature to prepare a different spell. Look how clean and concise that is. Look at how I didn't have to scroll up to my spell section to understand what my class feature does. Okay? This is so much better. It is so much more understandable. It is so much more legible. It's straightforward. It explains it. Okay? This, choose one spell from your book that you don't have prepared and choose another spell that you do have prepared. The unprepared spell replaces the prepared spell, and this lasts until a long rest. No, you just get this for a minute. You just get this for however long you need it until you prepare a different spell, which guess when that happens? At the end of a long rest. It's exactly the same. But you're not having to swap something. You're just taking a minute to let you get access to a spell you forgot to prepare. Do you know how many times one of my spellcasters, like one of my wizards in my parties, sits there and like, fuck, I could have had a spell for this, but I can't because I didn't prepare it. Well, guess what? Now you can just take a minute and you can prepare it. Okay? Study your book real quick. You got a minute. Grab it. Good. You know what, wizards? Thanks. Appreciate it. Bottom of my heart. Thank you. All right. We now have no features between 5th level and 18th. Spell Mastery, which was 15th level before, moves to 18th level, which is where it was before. And the chosen spells must have a casting time of an action. You always have them prepared. You can change them whenever you finish a long rest, allowing at-will casting of non-action spells such as shield was way too powerful. So what is this? At 18th level, choose a first level wizard spell and a second level wizard spell. Choose. You can cast those at their lowest level without expending a spell slot to have them prepared. If you want to cast either spell at higher level, you must expend spell slots as normal. By spending 8 hours, you can exchange them. Okay, so we changed this to be literally the exact same thing, and nothing was... They seem to be able to swap out their new spell frequently, though, which seems surprising. They can swap... They're not swapping it out. They are able to prepare one additional spell per day, technically speaking, but they can swap that for the cost of 1 minute. That's all this is. Memorize spell is that you can spend a minute to prepare a spell you didn't prepare, and you can, so it's like it's its own thing. You have the prepares, you have the spells you prepared, you were like, I'm gonna take these. And then all of a sudden something comes up that you didn't realize you might need, like create food and water, or create and destroy water, and you're like, shit, but I have it in my book. Let me study my book real fast. The whole thing about being a wizard is you are a nerd. Okay, you know all the spells. You have the largest spell list. So this is the kind of feature that a wizard should have. They are utility incarnate. They are the class that when it comes down to, like, do they have this, do I have this spell? No, shit, I forgot it. Give me a minute. Let me prepare it. They can use it over and over with the time of a minute, meaning if you're in the middle of combat, you're not using that. Okay, that feature can't be used in combat. That's 10 turns, but you can use it outside of combat. But again, if you're in initiative order, so like if you and your party are about to face a flood that's coming at you and it's gonna hit you in like 3 rounds in 18 seconds, your wizard can't sit there and cast control water. They can't sit there and be like, oh shit, I forgot to prepare control water. Hold on, give me a minute. No, they're gonna drown. But outside of combat, when you are out and about and you have an extra minute, yeah, let your wizard get into their book. Let your wizard grab that spell that they forgot to prepare. This is the whole idea of making the wizard something that is unique to them. They have always had the biggest spell list, but giving them the versatility of being able to swap out, not even swap out, but to like, well, I mean, I guess swap out. If you preparing that extra spell for the day, you know, being able to grab that extra spell and in a moment's notice be like, you know what? This one would work better. Give me a minute. I fucking love this. I think this is great. I think this gives the wizard a 5th level ability that is actually meaningful, because prior to this, they had no 5th level ability. 5th level is when classes come online. They always say that. That's when, you know, like fighters get their extra attacks. Okay, barbarians and fighters and monks, that's when they get their extra attacks. Okay, now the thing that they're good at, they're even better at. Okay, that's what they're built for. They're built for beating the shit out of things. Okay, artificers, bards, like let's look through them. Okay, let's look through what are our 5th level abilities, okay, to determine what these classes are supposed to be good at. Look at that. Artificer gets their specialist feature. Okay, so Artificer probably not the best one because that was a Tasha's Cauldron of everything, but wasn't really part of that. Bardic Inspiration. The Bard already has some Bardic Inspiration in the beginning, but guess what? It's now getting upgraded. Their whole thing, their Bardic Inspiration, the thing that makes them unique to be able to inspire their allies, this is where it's really building. And guess what? Now they can do it so much more. They're like the fighter with fighting. It's like the fighter can attack once per turn, and now they can attack twice. The Bard is now able to inspire people all these times. Now they just need an hour and they're good to go again. Clerics are getting their destroy undead. Clerics are a bastion of safety and divine energy, and at 5th level, they're not just turning undead, they're not just making them run away, they're fucking destroying them. You walk up to a group of skeletons, you can fucking destroy the whole thing. This is where classes come online, and the problem, I agree with, the problem has been for a long time, spellcasters, when they come online, it's nothing. Okay, it's been like, oh cool, you get your 3rd level spell, that's about it. Okay, magical guidance, that was an optional feature, and I don't even think the warlock has much else going on for it. Yeah, so let's go up. Let's see, did the warlock get a 5th level ability? No, it didn't. Okay, did the sorcerer? Yeah, Sorceress Restoration. Okay, perfect. This is a great example of it, okay? Sorcerers rely on their sorcery points. So this Sorceress Restoration is when you don't have any more sorcery points. When you roll initiative or finish a short rest, you get a number of them equal to your level, rounded or divided by 5. This is where classes kick into gear. This is where you are defined by your class. 5th level is it. Like, that's what you are aiming for. That's where D&D really starts for a lot of players. But that's the whole thing. Like, it's something so cool and something so simple. And again, when it was described before, it's like, oh, this is a spell and it's a ritual and you can use it to... No, like, this is so simple. It's so straightforward. It's so understandable, and I absolutely love it. Memorize spell. You did right. Good job. All right, so we're going back to spell mastery. So spell mastery used to be that you just pick your 1st and 2nd level spells and you can cast them at their lowest levels without expending spell slots. So This apparently has been changed. Choose a first and second level spell that are in your spell book that have a casting time of an action. You always have them prepared. You can cast them at their lowest level. If you want to cast either at a higher level, when you finish a long rest, you can start. Okay, so what was it saying? Oh, I see. All right. I see, wizards. They're getting all persnickety because wizards were taking shield, which has a casting time of a reaction, and they were basically saying, okay, I can cast a reaction spell for free and not have to expend a spell slot. Okay, so it has to be an action. All right, whatever. It's an 18th level ability. It's so rarely ever going to get seen. And signature spells were moved back up to 20th. Good. I hated those epic boons. I don't mind them if you're playing high level campaigns, but just don't make the class abilities them. So thanks for changing that back. Good for you. All right, so the one that they put in the subclasses here was Evoker. We're going to touch on that in a hot second. Abjurer. So if you don't know, Abjuration is the school of magic based around protection. All right, so Abjuration Savant. Choose 2 Abjuration spells from the wizard spell list, each of which must be no higher than 2nd level, and add them to your spellbook for free. What? This benefit replaces a rarely used discount? What does that mean? Did they have it in here? They did. Scribes. That was that stupid thing. Choose 2 evocations and add them to your spell book without needing to cast Scribe spell. What? What does this mean? This benefit replaces a rarely used discount. I don't know what they're talking about, because Abjuration Savant was that the gold time used to... Wait. Every time you level up, you gain 2 spells. Right? Prepare spell list. Each time you gain a wizard level, you can add 2 wizard spells of your choice to your spellbook. Each of these must be of a level for which you have. Yeah. A rarely used discount? I don't know what that means. And if this is fucking pulling from the scribe spell thing, I'm gonna lose my shit. A rarely used discount. Channeling, when scribing is complete, the spell becomes... No, yeah, this is nothing. God, those were so dumb. God, I hated those so much. That whole thing about the scribe spells and all that bullshit was just dumb. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it means by rarely used discount, because... Oh, shit! I now realize what they're saying. Holy God. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm sorry. Abjuration Savant used to be that the gold and time spent to copy a spell is halved. You no longer get a discount when adding spells to your spell book. You now simply just get to add 2... You get to add 2 abjuration spells to your spell list, no higher than 2nd level, for free. In addition, whenever you gain access to a new level of spell slot in this class, you can add 1 abjuration spell for free. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is phenomenal. Every time you are leveling up, you are gaining 3 spells now. You are gaining 2 that can be any spells of your choice and 1 from your chosen school of magic. That is phenomenal. And they did the same thing with divination, they did the same thing with evocation, and they did the same thing with illusion. That is phenomenal. What a positive change. What a positive change. This replaces the rarely used discount. I will tell you what. The only time that I've ever seen that come into play, the Abjuration Savant, is when I've played Baldur's Gate 3 and I'm trying to add spells to Gale's spell book, and evocation spells were half as priced, were half the cost, which was really nice. I will admit that was really nice. But let me explain to you, I think Gale currently has on him like 50 spell scrolls, because spell scrolls are lousy spread around. Like Baldur's Gate 3 is lousy with spell scrolls. You're finding them all over the place in random bookshelves and stuff. You're not finding them like that in most D&D campaigns. So this became such a forgotten ability that they're like, hey, don't worry about this, you don't have this anymore. This now lets you take a free spell every time you gain a new spell level. Oh, okay, I guess it's every time you gain a new spell level. So that means that you're gonna get you're gonna have your normal spells, but you're gonna get a free one here. Yeah, I mean, oh my god, that's so nice. That's such a nice change. I love that. Awesome. Good job, Wizards. Good job. All right, moving on. Arcane Ward. When you cast an abjuration spell with the spells, let's read it over here. Arcane Ward now requires you to spend a spell slot to create it, and it allows you to expend a spell slot without casting a spell to restore it. Okay. So previously, when you cast an abjuration spell of 1st level or higher, you can simultaneously use a strand of magic to create a magical ward on yourself until you finish a long rest. This is basically the same thing that's going on. Has maximum hit points equal to your wizard level plus intelligence. That's the same. When you take damage, it takes damage instead. If it reduces it to 0 hit points, you take the remaining damage. While it has 0 hit points, it can't absorb any damage, but its magic remains. When you cast a 1st level higher, an abjuration spell at 1st level or higher again, it regains a number of hit points equal to twice this level of the spell. Once you create the ward, you can't create again until you finish a long rest. Alternatively, as a bonus action, you can expend a spell slot and the ward regains a number of hit points equal to twice the level. Oh, cool. Okay, so it's basically the same thing, but you can use a bonus action and burn a spell slot to just give it more hit points. Okay, cool. That's basically exactly what it says. Spellbreaker replaces improved abjuration. Okay, so projected ward is exactly the same. You can use your reaction to cause your arcane ward to absorb the damage if it's another creature within 30 feet. Gotcha. Improved abjuration was at 10th level. When you cast abjuration spell that requires you to make an ability check as part of it, such as counterspell or dispel magic, you can add your proficiency bonus. Oh, counterspell got changed, so obviously that would change. You always have dispel magic prepared and can cast it as a bonus action and add your proficiency bonus to it. That's actually pretty sick. I mean, I don't think anyone's gonna sneeze at that. Bonus action dispel magic, and the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level, so at least 13 plus your proficiency, and at 10th level your proficiency is going to be 4, so at least a 17. Yeah, that's pretty nice. So that means that for each spell of 4th level or higher. Oh wait, the spell's level. Wow, my mind just lost it. Okay, but still, that's a +4 at that point. So that means that you are able to dispel. Yeah, that means that you really only have to roll. I guess that would reduce this. This would actually. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. So. Yeah, so this would be, it would be 6 plus the spell's level. So, not bad. Not bad at all. All right, cool. So moving on to spell resistance. You have advantage on saves against spells, resistance to the damage of spells. Yep, exactly the same. Cool. Diviner. Divination Savant, loving it already. The Third Eye, oh yeah, that's right. So this one I heard did not change a ton, but that's because Diviner was always one that a lot of people really loved, so I don't think they were fucking with it too much. You still get to roll your 2d20s in the morning and use them throughout the day. Expert Divination, when you cast a divination spell of 2nd level or higher, you regain 1 expended spell slot. So it must be of a level lower than the spell cast, can't be higher than 5th level. It's exactly the same. All right, Third Eye was starting at 10th level. Use your action to choose one of the following benefits until you are incapacitated, or use a short or long rest. You gain dark vision out to 60. Wow, they actually have really upped this. Okay. So it used to be you could have dark vision out to 60 feet, see into the ethereal plane out to 60 feet, read any language, or see invisibility within 10 feet. Yeah, see invisible creatures or objects. So, all right, so now it is as a bonus action. It is lasting until a finish, a short or long rest, and incapacitation doesn't matter anymore. And you can't use it again until you finish a short or long. Wait, what? Okay. So you now get dark vision out to a higher range. I'm guessing because not a lot of people really worry about seeing into the ethereal plane. They don't really care about that one, so they just kind of took that buff and gave it to dark vision, because 60 feet of dark vision is not that much, but 120 feet is pretty nice. Greater comprehension, still getting that, and see invisibility is now just you get the spell see invisibility, so that's cool. I like that change. We're going to talk about Evoker last, so we're going to jump down to Illusionist. Illusion Savant, again, that really nice quality of life change, getting rid of that old ability, giving us those new spells. Improved minor illusion. Let's go up, illusion. All right, improved minor illusion. You learn the minor illusion cantrip. If you already know it, you learn another one. It doesn't count against the number known. When you cast it, you can create both sound and image, so that has not changed. Malleable illusion is now a bonus action rather than an action. So previously, it was that you can cast illusions that last for a minute or longer. You can use your action to change the nature of it, provided you can see the illusion. Okay, so now it's just a bonus action. Cool. I really like things where there was an action that they're changing to bonus actions, because it allows you to do other things while you're working with it. So kudos to them for not making these things like super pain in the ass to really think about action economy. Illusory Self can be reused by expending a spell slot of 2nd level or higher, so I'm guessing Illusory Self is exactly the same. It's not just short or long rest. You can now burn a spell slot to use it again. Again, kind of going back to what I was saying before, I really like now that they are doing stuff where it's like, hey, you can do this once or twice per day, but you can also burn a spell slot and use it again. And Illusory Reality has been clarified, noting that it can't deal damage or give conditions. Okay, originally, Illusory Reality was that When you cast an illusion spell of first level or higher, you can choose one inanimate, non-magical object that is part of the illusion and make it real. You can do this on your turn as a bonus action while the spell is going on. It remains real for a minute. For example, you can create an illusion of a bridge over a chasm, then make it real long enough for your allies to cross. The object can't deal damage or otherwise directly harm anyone. Okay, so it's literally the exact same thing, but it's that they're saying it can't deal damage or give conditions. So you can't incapacitate somebody by bonking them over the head by an illusory mallet. You can't poison somebody by making them drink illusory poison. Okay, I see why they're doing it. I like this feature too. Doing something one or twice can, but also, yeah, that's the thing. It allows you to use it when you need to. Like if you want to use it, but you don't have the use of it, but it's like, well, I can risk burning some spell slots. Yeah, I like that they're doing stuff like that. All right, and then going back up to Evoker, my favorite wizard subclass. Obviously, Evocation Savant is going to be the new hotness. Okay, this is actually one of the bigger reasons why I wanted to talk about this. They have swapped around the two main, or the first two Evoker abilities. So if we jump down, Empowered Evocation at 10th level, exactly the same. You get to add your intelligence modifier to one damage roll of any evocation spell that you cast. And Overchannel is still the same. When you cast a spell of 1st to 5th level that deals damage, you can deal maximum damage. The first time you do, you suffer no adverse effects. If you do this again, you take 2d12 necrotic damage immediately after you cast it, and each time you cast it after that, it increases by 2d12. So that is one of those things. Overchannel has always been there, but here's the thing. 2nd level evoker spells have sculpt spell. This means that when they cast a spell that is an AoE, like Thunderwave, you can choose to ignore a number of creatures equal to 1 plus the spell's level. So Thunderwave being a 1st level spell, you can ignore 2 creatures in there. Those creatures automatically succeed their saving throws, and they take no damage if they would have normally taken half. Potent Cantrip is a 6th level spell that when a creature succeeds on a save against your cantrip, they take half damage, if any, but suffer no ill effects from that cantrip. This has now changed and been swapped. So, for example, oops, shit, I didn't mean to click around there. So, Potent Cantrip is now the 3rd level feature. Your damaging cantrips affect creatures that even avoid the brunt of the effect. When you cast a cantrip at a creature and miss with the attack roll, or the target succeeds on a saving throw, they take half damage. Now, this has been a minor change from this version, because in the last playtest, they did have it say it was creatures that you miss with an attack roll, because previously it was only the saving throw ones. But this would be something like Thunderwave would work originally with not Potent Cantrip. Actually, I don't even know what is a wizard cantrip that what is a wizard cantrip that has an AoE? I guess Acid Splash. Yeah. Or no, that is directly at one creature. Oh no, it is, but it's a dex save. So yeah. So for example, originally Acid Splash would proc with this Potent Cantrip. In the newer version of it, they had it where it was that if you miss with the attack roll, so that could be something like Firebolt or Lightning Lure or Frostbite, Frostbite's a con save. I don't know why I thought Frostbite. So Chill Touch, for example, when you cast that, If you miss, they take half the damage, but they suffer no other effects. They swapped these around. Now, here's the thing. I guarantee you there are going to be people in an uproar about this, because sculpt spells at second level, granted, you used to be able to take this at second level. This was a really powerful dip into wizardry for somebody like a sorcerer or a warlock or anybody else that wanted to build AoE attacks, because it was only a 2-level dip, and it was that you were doing it with your evocation spells. Now that they have moved it to 6th level, means that when you reach 5th level as a wizard, you cannot yet cast Fireball or Lightning Bolt with Wild Abandon, because you're still going to be hitting your allies. Once you get to 6th level, then you can start protecting people. But the reason why wizards did this, and they said this in the video that they put out, it is because when you are playing earlier on in the first 3 to 5 levels of the game, you are more reliant on your cantrips than anything else. And one of the things that makes wizards and sorcerers and spellcasters in general suck compared to somebody like a fighter or barbarian or whatever is that they have more times that they can actually hit, especially if you're like dual wielding weapons. Okay, you have more opportunities to hit, and if your attack misses, you still have something coming, you know, back around. Whereas with a spellcaster, oftentimes everything is reliant on that casting of a cantrip. Sacred Flame, for example, Firebolt, Chill Touch, you know, all those spells, if they miss, you're just, that was your whole everything. And even at higher levels, your cantrips should be something that's more reliant. So this is being put to 3rd level. It's being put sooner because you're more reliant on your cantrips earlier on rather than you are at 6th level. I understand their reasoning. I'm not going to say I like it. I'm not going to say I agree with it. I do not yet know how I feel about it. Sculpt spells is very powerful, and it's really good to have when you get to 5th level. But potent cantrips kind of sucks at 6th level because you don't really need much at that point. It's good to have, but it's not great. So I understand why they swapped this. It makes sense, but I don't have to like it. So there's my opinion. Okay. Overall, with the wizard, I like that they moved arcane recovery back to where it was. That's a good change. Spellcasting being, you know, the whole, you can now swap out a cantrip per long rest. That's good. Getting the wizard spellbook back into the spellcasting feature, phenomenal. Scholar giving you expertise on a skill that you have proficiency in, much better than academic. Memorize spell not being a spell, but just a feature that allows you to prepare a spell that you didn't prepare that day. If you look at it on its base level, that's just giving you one additional spell that you can prepare a day, that you can swap out with the cost of a minute. That's phenomenal. I love it. Good job. Modify spell and create spell are gone. Good. Those things needed to die, and I hated them the last time I saw them because it was like, well, when you cast this spell and then you cast this spell, it allows you to cast this spell and then you can make your own spell. And no, nobody fucking wants to do that. It's called reflavor. Okay, it's called talk to the DM and allow them to, you know, handle that shit. Good to get rid of these. Spell mastery returning to 18th level is fine. The fact that they make it has to be an action, a spell with an action cost, fine, whatever, that's fine. To all the subclasses, the savant ability now phenomenal. Good job. Nobody ever used the, you know, half the time, half the money to copy a spell. The fact that you now just get a free spell from your spell school every time you unlock a new spell slot level, that's great. That's great. That's very evocative. Okay, it's exemplifying your study of your specific school. So yeah, good job. I love the new savant stuff. As for everything else, I think it's mostly fine. Abjure is pretty nice. I mean, getting to reload that arcane ward a little bit faster is good. Spellbreaker makes sense because they changed how counterspell works. So just always having dispel magic prepared is really nice. Getting to cast it as a bonus action is nice. Illusionist is pretty good. The fact that you can do malleable illusions as a bonus action, illusory self can be reused with a burning of a spell slot, and illusory reality being clarified, good, makes sense. Sometimes you need to do that. And yeah, Diviner, getting that bonus action to see invisibility instead of like seeing invisible or the ethereal plane, sweet. And also not being incapacitated, changing it, that's good. And then Evoker, you're your own thing. I understand, I don't have to like it. But yeah, I think that's really gonna be it. We've been going for a little over 4 hours. The only thing that I really want to touch on real quick is just how some of these weapon properties have changed, because we have not talked about them in quite some time, and I don't want to like spend forever because I'm exhausted and I'm going to go to bed very soon, but I do want to see how these have changed, because I'm gonna have to eventually touch on these. Okay, so weapon updates. The heavy property has been redesigned rather than being based on size. Okay, so previously, if you did not know, let me pull up weapons. Quick reference. The heavy property was that creatures that are small or tiny have disadvantage on attack rolls with heavy weapons. So it's just the fact that they're too big and bulky for them to use. It is now that you have disadvantage on your attack rolls with a heavy weapon if it's a melee weapon, and if your strength score isn't at least 13, and if it's a ranged weapon and your dex. Okay, so if you have a heavy weapon, such as a I didn't mean to zoom out that far. If you have a heavy weapon such as a longbow, a heavy crossbow, a pike, maul, halberd, greatsword, great axe, glaive, you have disadvantage if your strength or dexterity score is 13, is less than 13. So there you go. Wow, that's pretty powerful. I need to look at something. So for example, pulling up a specific character here, some of you would recognize. This is Cephas's character. This is Steve's character from the Phandalin 5 campaign. He is a Warforged. Okay. He has an 19 to strength, but a 12 to dexterity. He has an oversized longbow and a greatsword. By this new rule, because he is using I think oversized longbows are their own thing. Let me double check this. I could be very wrong about this. Oh, that's right. Okay. So I'm going to reiterate this because this is specifically that it has to be a medium, or creature has to have a strength score of 18. Okay, but I want to point out, if Cephas wanted to use a longbow, a standard longbow, he is proficient with it, but he would have disadvantage because his dexterity is a 12. It's below a 13. He can use a heavy melee weapon. He would not be able to use a heavy dexterity based weapon, whereas somebody like Iluna, for example, is the opposite. Iluna can use a heavy ranged weapon like a longbow, but could not wield a heavy melee weapon such as, like I said, glaive, great axe, great sword, halberd, maul, pike. Yeah, could not use any of those without incurring disadvantage on the attack. And you know what? I'm not gonna lie, I kind of agree with it. Because the reality here is that there's only 2 base races that are small, and it is understandable that now you can actually choose whether you want to be medium or small when you're making your character for some races, but making it more of a score aspect, you could be a small gnome and you should be able to be a small gnome and carry a maul. Like, that in itself should be a thing. And the fact that the heavy property stopped that for so long, I actually really like this, because your strength score should be that more determining factor rather than your size, because a heavy weapon is not necessarily large. A heavy weapon is heavy. So I think that this is a good idea, and I'm okay with this. I'm not saying that I'm going to implement it in my campaigns, like, you know, tomorrow or nothing, but I like how they're going. All right, so the flex property is gone. What is flex? Flex was that when you hit a creature using this weapon, you deal its versatile damage, even if you're wielding it with one hand. So this was on stuff like the longsword and the quarterstaff and the spear. Okay, so that's apparently gone. Push now works on any creature that is large or smaller, and it requires you to push the target straight away from yourself. So push used to be, when you hit a creature with this weapon, you can push it 10 feet away from you if it's no more than one size larger. It is now, you can push a creature 10 feet straight away if it's large or smaller. Okay, so that kind of covers the whole gamut, because arguably this could be, you're pushing them 10 feet to the left, and if you were, say, a Rune Knight fighter that went large and then had enlarge cast on you, and you were bumped up to huge, you could technically push a gargantuan creature. So I can see why they're having to adjust that. The sap property now works with weapons that have the versatile property and no property. Okay, what? So the longsword had versatile before. Now it has sap. What is sap? If you hit a creature with this weapon, that creature has disadvantage on the next attack it makes before the starting. Okay, so versatile weapons now, or weapons with no weapon property, now have sap. Okay, so I see why this was changed. Flex was for versatile. Sap was for nothing else. Okay. The quarterstaff now has the topple property. Okay, I know the topple property now only because of Baldur's Gate. Weapons in Baldur's Gate have like these mastery properties. Okay, topple is in there. When you hit a creature, you can force them to make a con save, or you're knocking them prone. I do that the moment I can with these. So yeah, absolutely love this. I think that makes total sense. The spear now has sap, longsword has sap, warpick has sap, and the warhammer has the push property versus what? Warhammer used to have flex. Okay, that makes sense. So basically, the only differences are anything that had flex now has sap, except the quarterstaff has topple, and push now makes it larger, smaller, and it goes in a straight line, and heavy's been changed to base on your strength or dexterity score. Okay. Yeah, so that's it. That's everything that I was aiming at talking about, because there's really nothing else in here that I'm overly worried about. Yeah, there's really nothing that was in the rules glossary that was that much of a change. They changed the section about death saves because they're probably like getting that finalized and finished up, but beyond that, this has all mostly stayed the same. So I'm not really gonna dig into there. So yeah, that's gonna be it for me, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. You know, it's been about 4.5 hours. We've had a number of people in here throughout the night, so I want to thank you guys for coming around, hanging out, listening to me chat about these changes that they're doing. All those weapon properties are confusing. Yeah, it's not that confusing as long as you know what you're looking at. So let me pull up playtest 7 real fast. So here's the thing. Well, actually, we got to go up to the top. Okay. So let's look at the fighter. Okay. The fighter has the ability called Weapon Mastery. Your training with weapons allows you to use the mastery property of 3 kinds of simple or martial weapons of your choice. When you finish a long rest, you can practice weapon drills and change those. So, level 1, a fighter gets 3 weapons that they can use the mastery for. A barbarian gets 2 kinds of weapons that they can use the mastery for. So, let's say you are making a barbarian that is going to use, say, hand axes and great axes. Okay? So, I am going to say that I want my weapon mastery for my barbarian to be hand axes and great axes. So that means that when I use my hand axe, I can use the Vex property. Okay, now the Vex property is that when I hit a creature with that weapon and deal damage to it, I have advantage on my next attack against that creature before the end of my next turn. Cool. So that means that since I have that mastery, I can do that thing. So when I hit a creature with my hand axe, my next attack has advantage. Now, same with the great axe. That's my other mastery. That means that when I attack with my great axe, I can cleave with it. Cleave says that when I hit a creature with a melee attack using that weapon, my great axe, I can make an attack roll with that weapon against another creature within 5 feet of the first one that's also within my reach. If I hit, that second creature takes the weapon damage, but I don't get to add the ability modifier to it unless it's negative, and I can make this extra attack only once per turn. In a sense, cleave is basically just 2 weapon fighting with 1 weapon against 2 creatures. That's really all it is. But that's the way that weapon mastery works, okay? When you play a character or a class that has the weapon mastery class feature, you can use the mastery property of a weapon that you have chosen. Okay, this is why when you finish a long rest, you can replace those. So let's say I make my character, and at first level, I'm like, cool, I'm gonna be Kelf the Axe Wielder, and I pick hand axes and a great axe. But sometime later, I'm traveling through Faerun, and all of a sudden, I find a really sick greatsword. So I'm like, cool, I'm gonna be Kelf the Swordman. Well, now I want to swap out my masteries. So I'm now going to carry a long sword and a great sword. Okay, so now I can swap my masteries after a long rest. So now when I attack with a great sword, I can use graze, which is that even when I miss, I can deal damage equal to the ability modifier to it. Or with my longsword, now I have that sap ability where when I hit, they have disadvantage. So weapon masteries is just something where if your class says you have it, you pick whatever weapon you want to have mastery over, and you just get an additional thing when you attack with it. So that's pretty much it. Like, I know Ranger wasn't included in this one. I think Ranger was in playtest 6. So, for example, if taking into account Iluna, I think they get weapon mastery. No. They don't. Okay, for some reason I thought that they did. But you know, a fighter, so like a fighter that was using a longbow, that had weapon mastery over a longbow, they would have access to the slow condition. So the slow property is that when you hit a creature with that, you can reduce their speed by 10 feet. So if you hit them more than once, it does not exceed 10 feet. So yeah, it's basically just something where if your class says you get mastery, you pick however many it says, and then you can replace those on a long rest. And it just gives you a little bit more something to do with your versatility. I mean, with your martial abilities. This was one of those big things where a lot of people complained, like, hey, you know, casters have so many spells that do so many different things. I'm a fighter, and all I can do is swing my sword. Can I have something else I can do with it? Well, sure. You want to have specialty with your sword. Guess what? Your sword now imposes disadvantage on the creature's next attack. So that's a nice thing that they can have. It's a nice little bump. But yeah, so there you go. That's like a quick and dirty way of kind of explaining about weapon properties and masteries. So, but yeah, everybody, thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. It was fighting styles what I was getting confused with. So but yeah, thanks everybody for hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. Let me ramble on about D&D and the new UA and whatnot. So yeah, I think with that we're gonna be calling it a night. Join me for join me for this Thursday for the next episode of the First 15. Be playing some fun games, and then yeah, Saturday for our next episode of Dad Bods and Dragons, so long as everything goes all right and we can play that day. So thanks for hanging out, everybody. I really appreciate it. I will see you guys on Thursday if I don't see you before then. Enjoy your week and have a good night. Bye.